Within these 33rd degree secrets lies wisdom, older than stone and yet alive in you this very moment. These parables of merchants, weavers, and sages will guide you beyond the seen into the boundless wealth of the Spirit. Hear them now and awaken the power that has always been yours. 33rd Degree Secrets. Introduction. Beneath the silent sands of forgotten ages, where sages and seekers once traced the patterns of stars upon the night, lies a hidden chamber of wisdom. Secrets whispered only to those who dare to listen. 33rd Degree Secrets is such a chamber. Its pages do not merely tell of merchants, weavers, potters, and shepherds. They speak of you, your silent questions, your unclaimed light, your path through the unseen. You will wander through Damascus markets where a single seed outweighs the wealth of kings, ascend to Tibetan heights where a blind weaver feels patterns that outshine the vision of any eye, descend to Mesopotamian valleys where clay bends not to command, but to the quiet hand of intention. Each story is an ancient threshold, opening not to distant lands but to the hidden sanctuaries of your own soul. Every chapter is both mirror and map. The jeweler, polishing stones until they blaze, shows you the brilliance hidden in the ordinary. The blacksmith, breathing with his fire, teaches how trial becomes strength. The fisherman, casting nets of silence, reveals how patience draws wisdom from the unseen. These are no idle fables. They are living instructions, pulsing with the same eternal rhythm that beats within you now. But take heed. These mysteries are not for hurried hearts. They move with the slow current of rivers, with the hush between two heartbeats, with the patience of gardens awaiting bloom. They ask not for belief, but for practice. Each tale carries a rite, each lesson a key, each silence a door. Step lightly, for you are entering more than a book. You are crossing the threshold of a temple. Here, every story is a flame, every exercise an opening, every breath an invitation to the infinite. Your journey into the 33rd Degree Secrets begins now, where timeless wisdom has waited in stillness for you to arrive. But before we begin, please hit the like button and let me know where in the world you're watching from today. It's always fascinating seeing who's joining us from around the world. Part 1. Foundations of Inner Wealth. Chapter 1. The Merchant's Scale. In the bustling markets of ancient Damascus, where spice-laden winds carried whispers of distant lands, there lived a merchant named Christopher Sullivan. Though his storehouse overflowed with precious goods from the Silk Road, his heart remained as empty as a beggar's bowl. Each dawn, Christopher would meticulously weigh his merchandise on brass scales passed down through generations. He took pride in their perfect balance, yet failed to notice how his own life had tilted dangerously toward endless accumulation. One sweltering afternoon, as the sun cast golden threads through his window, an elderly woman appeared at his door. Her clothes were threadbare, but her eyes held the depth of ancient wells. She placed a single date upon his scale and asked its worth. "Worthless," Christopher replied, "for what can one date purchase?" The woman smiled. Yet if planted, this single seed could birth an entire grove to feed thousands. She reached into her cloak and produced a second scale, crafted from light itself. You measure goods with precision, but have you weighed what truly matters? On one side of her luminous scale, she placed all of Christopher's worldly wealth. On the other, she placed the date. To his astonishment, the side bearing his riches rose high into the air, while the humble date anchored its opposite end firmly downward. "Your scales measure weight," she said, "but mine measures potential. True wealth flows not from what we keep, but from what we set in motion. Each coin hoarded is a seed unplanted. Each kindness withheld is a harvest unlived." Through sleepless nights that followed, Christopher began measuring his transactions differently. For each item sold, he gifted something of equal value. For every profit gained, he invested in another's dream. Gradually, his heart filled as his storehouse emptied, until he discovered a strange truth. The more he gave, the more abundance flowed through his life. You, too, hold invisible scales within your being. When you clutch too tightly to what you have, you become a dam rather than a river. True prosperity emerges not from accumulation, but from circulation, not from gathering, but from flowing. Practice the balance of abundance. Sit in stillness and envision golden scales hanging in the vault of your heart. On one side, place all you wish to receive. On the other, place all you're willing to give. Watch how they move. Notice which side rises or falls. Now, with each breath, adjust their movement until they achieve perfect equilibrium. Feel the moment they balance. There lies your path to true wealth. Practice this whenever you make decisions about giving or receiving, letting the scales guide you toward choices that maintain nature's perfect flow. For in the eternal mathematics of the heart, it is only through balance that abundance becomes infinite. Chapter 2. The Weaver's Pattern. In the mist-shrouded mountains of ancient Tibet, where prayer flags whispered secrets to the wind, lived a blind weaver named Jessica Martinez. Though her eyes had never seen earthly light, her fingers danced across threads with such precision that monks traveled for months seeking the wisdom woven into her tapestries. Each morning, Jessica would sit before her wooden loom, allowing her hands to hover above the threads until they began to tremble with an inner knowing. "The patterns are already there," she would say, waiting to be discovered rather than created. Her most devoted student once asked how she could weave such perfect mandalas without sight. Jessica smiled and placed the young monk's hand upon a seemingly blank portion of her latest work. "Close your eyes," she instructed, "and tell me what you feel." "Only threads," he replied. "Look deeper," she urged. "Feel how each intersection creates a vibration, how every crossing point sings its own note. The universe speaks through geometry, and all wisdom has a texture." Day after day the monk returned, learning to feel rather than see. Gradually he discovered that Jessica's fingers read reality like a sacred text, sensing the invisible mathematics that guided birds in flight and stars in their courses. One morning, the monk arrived to find Jessica seated before an empty loom. "Today," she announced, "we weave with light." Her hands moved through empty air, gathering invisible threads of consciousness itself. Every thought, every intention, every moment of awareness creates a pattern. Most stumble blindly through these patterns, yet true sight comes from learning to feel their flow. Through her teaching, the monk realized that Jessica's physical blindness had blessed her with a deeper vision, one that perceived the living tapestry connecting all things. Her fingers had learned to read the texture of reality itself, weaving harmony from the very threads of existence. You too can learn to sense these patterns that shape your life. Like Jessica, your consciousness weaves reality with every thought, every choice, every moment of awareness or unconsciousness. The question is, are you weaving with intention or allowing yourself to be woven by circumstance? Practice touching the invisible. Sit quietly and extend your awareness like gentle fingers into the space around you. Feel for the subtle textures of consciousness itself, the weave of thoughts, the warp of emotions, the weft of pure being. Now, with eyes closed, begin to touch different aspects of your experience, memories, hopes, fears. Notice how each has its own distinct pattern, its own energetic texture. Practice reading these patterns as Jessica read her threads, learning their language through direct sensation rather than thought. For in the eternal tapestry of existence, every soul weaves its own design into the infinite fabric of being. Chapter 3. The Potter's Wheel. In the sun-baked valleys of ancient Mesopotamia, where clay tablets held humanity's first written words, there lived a potter named Michael Rodriguez. Unlike other craftsmen who wrestled with their material, Michael moved with such fluid grace that observers swore the clay shaped itself beneath his touch. His workshop sat beside a meandering river, where morning mists created dancing spirits in the air. While other potters worked in rigid silence, Michael hummed melodies that seemed to make the very air vibrate in harmony with his wheels spinning. Students came seeking his secrets, but grew frustrated watching him work. "Master," complained one, "you've shown us every technique, yet our vessels crack while yours sing. What mystery do you withhold?" Michael smiled and gestured to his wheel. "Watch the clay," he said, beginning a new piece. "See how it fights when I impose my will?" He pressed hard and the clay buckled. "Now watch when I listen instead of command." His hands barely touched the spinning clay, yet it rose as if drawn upward by an invisible force. "The clay knows what it wishes to become," he explained. "My hands simply encourage its natural inclination. Fighting nature requires force. Flowing with it requires only attention." The student frowned. "But you are the master. Surely the clay must submit to your vision." Michael laughed softly. "I master nothing. I am like the river beside us, which shapes stones not through violence but through patient partnership. True mastery comes not from dominating materials but from dancing with their essential nature." As if to demonstrate, he closed his eyes and let his fingers drift across the spinning surface. The clay responded like a lover, spiraling upward into forms of impossible beauty. "Feel how it moves," he whispered, "like music made solid." Every material has its song: clay, circumstance, consciousness itself. Learn to hear that song, and life becomes a duet rather than a battle. Through Michael's teaching, students discovered that pottery was more than crafting vessels. It was learning to sense the subtle currents that move through all things. His greatest works weren't the pots themselves, but the transformations that occurred in those who learned to feel the flow beneath their fingers. You too can learn this art of harmonious creation. Every circumstance you face is like clay upon the wheel of your awareness. The question is, will you fight against its nature or learn to dance with its inherent wisdom? Practice the spinning wheel of being. Sit quietly and imagine your consciousness as a potter's wheel, spinning with the endless rotation of existence. Place your attention lightly upon whatever arises, thoughts, sensations, emotions. Rather than trying to shape them, simply feel their natural motion. Notice how experiences want to flow, how life seeks its own elegant forms. Practice touching each moment with Michael's gentle attention, neither grasping nor resisting. Let your awareness become like skilled hands, supporting rather than controlling the endless dance of becoming. For in the eternal pottery of existence, we shape our lives not through force, but through harmony with the great wheels turning. Chapter 4. The Stargazer's Vision. In the windswept heights of ancient Persia, where stars hung like lanterns in the endless night, lived an astronomer named Amanda Foster. While others mapped only the movements of celestial bodies, Amanda discovered that every constellation above had its mirror within the human heart. Her observatory perched atop a crystal mountain, its dome open to the cosmos like a third eye gazing into infinity. Each night, she would guide seekers up the 1,000 steps, not to show them the heavens, but to help them discover the universe within themselves. One evening, a young scholar arrived, his arms laden with star charts and mathematical instruments. "I've come to learn the secrets of celestial navigation," he declared proudly. Amanda gestured to her telescope, its brass fittings gleaming in the starlight. "Look," she instructed. But when he reached for his charts, she gently stopped him. "Not at the stars, through them." The scholar pressed his eye to the lens, expecting to see planetary bodies. Instead, he found himself falling into infinite space, each star becoming a doorway into deeper dimensions of his own consciousness. "The Greeks speak of celestial spheres," Amanda explained, "but they exist as much within as without. Every star you see is a point of light in your own becoming. The true astronomer learns to navigate both skies at once." She guided his attention to the North Star. "Some think it leads travelers home," she said. "But home is not a place. It's a state of alignment between inner and outer cosmos. When you learn to read the sky within, you can never be lost in either world." Through long nights of observation, Amanda taught her students that astronomy was more than measuring heavenly bodies. It was learning to recognize how the grand patterns above reflected the sacred geometries of consciousness itself. You, too, carry a universe within. Your thoughts are shooting stars, your emotions the phases of the moon, your deepest awareness the still point around which all celestial bodies turn. The question is, have you learned to read these inner constellations? Practice the double sky meditation. Sit beneath the open sky or imagine it clearly. As you gaze upward, simultaneously turn your attention inward. Notice how each star above awakens a corresponding point of light within your consciousness. Feel how the vast space between stars mirrors the spaciousness of your awareness. Let your breath move like the cosmic winds between worlds. Practice navigating both skies at once, the visible heavens and the invisible cosmos of your own being. For in the eternal astronomy of existence, every soul is both the observer and the infinite space being observed. Chapter 5. The Blacksmith's Fire. In the volcanic valleys of ancient China, where dragon breath springs heated the earth from below, lived a temperamental blacksmith named Matthew Chen. Unlike other smiths who feared fire's fury, Matthew had learned to dance with flame itself, transforming not just metal, but the very nature of those who sought his teachings. His forge sat within a cave mouth where earth fire and sky fire met, creating strange lights that flickered like spirits in the smoke. While other craftsmen hammered in methodical rhythm, Matthew worked in passionate bursts that matched the heartbeat of the flames themselves. One day, a frustrated warrior brought him a broken sword. "6 smiths have failed to repair this blade," he declared. "They say the metal is too brittle, too angry to be reforged." Matthew held the fractured weapon to his ear as if listening to its secrets. "Metals are like men," he said, his eyes reflecting the forge fire. "They don't break from brittleness, but from refusing to bend. Their anger isn't their weakness. It's their untapped strength." He placed the sword fragments in the flames, but instead of hammering immediately, he began a strange breathing practice that made the fire pulse in rhythm with his breath. "Watch," he instructed the warrior. "See how the flame knows precisely how much heat to give? Too little, the metal stays rigid. Too much, it loses its nature entirely." Through careful breath and measured strikes, Matthew drew out the blade's hidden potential. "We forge character the same way," he explained between hammer falls. "Life brings heat. The question is whether we use it to transform or let it destroy. Every challenge is simply raw material waiting to be shaped." As the sword took new form, the warrior observed something extraordinary. The reforged blade bore patterns like flowing water, yet held an edge keener than dragon's teeth. "How did you make it both flexible and strong?" he asked in wonder. Matthew smiled. "By teaching it to dance with fire rather than fight it. The secret isn't in the hammer or the anvil. It's in knowing how to breathe with the flame." Through Matthew's teaching, students learned that metallurgy was more than shaping weapons. It was discovering how to transform life's harshest moments into tools of power. His greatest creations weren't the blades themselves, but the awakened souls who learned to forge wisdom from adversity. Practice. The dragon's breath. Sit before a candle flame, or imagine it clearly. Match your breath to its subtle movements, neither controlling nor resisting its dance. Feel how it responds to your attention, growing stronger or softer with each cycle. Now, bring to mind a challenge you face. Some metal life has given you to forge. With each inhale, draw in the flame's transformative power. With each exhale, feel it softening your rigid places, teaching you to bend without breaking. For in the eternal forge of existence, every soul must learn to breathe with the sacred fire that shapes us all. Chapter 6. The Herbalist's Garden. In the mist-shrouded mountains of ancient Tibet, where snow and stone seemed to forbid all growth, lived an herbalist named Sarah Thompson. Unlike other healers who sought fertile valleys, Sarah cultivated her medicines in the most inhospitable places, coaxing life from rock and ice. Her garden defied nature's logic, lotus blooming through frozen ponds, healing mushrooms spiraling up sheer cliffs, rare orchids opening their faces to bitter winds. While others planted in straight rows, Sarah's garden followed patterns only she could see, like a constellation mapped across the mountainside. One harsh winter, a dying monk made the treacherous journey to her gate. "I've heard you grow the impossible," he whispered through blue-tinged lips. "But how can anything flourish in such desolation?" Sarah led him to a shelf of bare rock where delicate purple flowers danced in the freezing wind. "Watch," she said, kneeling beside them. Her fingers traced the air above their petals, never touching but somehow feeding them with invisible sustenance. These bloom not despite the harshness, but because of it. The monk frowned. I don't understand. Most see only what's missing: soil, warmth, shelter, she explained. But these plants read the secret abundance in apparent emptiness. Their roots drink starlight. Their leaves digest wind. They've learned to feast on what others call famine. Through the night, as healing tea warmed his body, Sarah revealed her deeper wisdom. Life sprouts not where conditions are perfect, but where someone learns to recognize hidden nourishment. These mountains taught me that every circumstance, no matter how barren, contains seeds of possibility waiting to be watered by attention. Her garden, the monk realized, was more than a collection of herbs. It was a living demonstration of how to cultivate abundance in life's winters. The medicine isn't in the plants, Sarah told him, but in learning to see fertility in apparent emptiness. Practice. The invisible garden. Find a space that seems empty of possibility, a worry, a limitation, a dream others call impossible. Sit quietly and imagine yourself as one of Sarah's mountain flowers, roots reaching deeper than visible resources. What nourishment exists that physical eyes cannot see? What possibilities lie dormant in this apparent void? Practice feeling the invisible abundance that surrounds you, like starlight feeding flowers in frozen soil. For in the eternal garden of existence, every soul must learn to grow through winter, transforming emptiness into endless bloom. Chapter 7. The Messenger's Path. In the labyrinthine streets of ancient Alexandria, where whispers echoed through marble corridors and secrets floated on incense-laden air, lived a royal messenger named Joshua Williams. Unlike other couriers who merely carried words between sender and recipient, Joshua had mastered the art of delivering the essence that lived beneath language itself. His reputation spread through the great library city not for his speed or memory, but for how messages transformed as they passed through his presence. Scholars noted that when Joshua delivered their academic debates, the recipients understood not just the arguments, but the deeper wisdom their words strained to capture. One fog-wrapped morning, the high priestess summoned him. "I have a message of utmost importance for the oracle at Delphi," she said, pressing a sealed scroll into his hands. "But I fear words alone cannot convey its true meaning." Joshua received the scroll with a slight bow but did not open it. Instead, he sat in silence before the priestess until her message began to pulse like a living thing between them. "Ah," he smiled, "now I can deliver what you truly wish to send." The priestess's eyes widened. "But you haven't read the scroll." "The real message," Joshua explained, "lives in the space between your words. That is what I carry." Through months of travel, Joshua merged so deeply with the essence of the priestess's unspoken truth that those he passed on the road found themselves spontaneously understanding cosmic mysteries. When he finally reached Delphi, he handed the still-sealed scroll to the oracle. She broke the seal, read the words, then laughed in delight. "The scroll speaks of rain," she said, "but you have delivered the ocean itself." Joshua's method spread among messengers who learned that true communication flowed not through careful phrases but through conscious presence. Words are boats upon the river of meaning, he taught. The skilled messenger becomes the river itself. Practice the silent delivery. Sit with someone without speaking, or imagine this exchange. Instead of planning what to say, let yourself become a clear vessel for the unspoken truth that wishes to move between you. Feel how meaning travels through silence more purely than through speech. Notice how your presence, when unclouded by words, naturally delivers the essence of what needs to be shared. For in the eternal exchange of existence, every soul must learn to carry truth that transcends the letters and languages that strain to contain it. Chapter 8. The Musician's Silence. In the echoing caverns beneath ancient Greece, where stalactites dripped crystalline rhythms and underground streams whispered their endless songs, lived a peculiar harpist named Stephanie Davis. Unlike other musicians who filled sacred temples with sound, Stephanie was known for her mastery of silence. Her instrument, carved from alabaster and strung with silver moonbeams, stood taller than 3 men. Yet what drew pilgrims from distant lands was not the notes she played, but the spaces she crafted between them. One autumn evening, a renowned composer sought her wisdom. "I've written 1,000 melodies," he lamented, "but none touch the soul like your simplest phrase. What is your secret?" Stephanie ran her fingers along the harp strings without plucking them. "Listen," she whispered. The composer leaned forward, straining to hear. "No," she smiled, "not with your ears. Listen to the pause between your breaths, the stillness between your heartbeats. That is where music begins." She demonstrated by playing a single note, letting it hover in the cave air until it nearly died, then catching its fading whisper in a new tone that seemed born from the silence itself. "Most musicians fear the spaces between notes," she explained. "They rush to fill emptiness with sound. But silence isn't empty. It's the womb where all music gestates." Through the night, Stephanie taught not through instruction, but through careful listening. She showed how every sound emerged from silence and returned to it, like waves rising from and dissolving back into the sea. "The notes are like stars," she said, "but silence is the dark sky that gives them meaning." Her greatest compositions were barely audible, subtle arrangements of pause and breath that made listeners aware of the symphony already playing in their own hearts. Some said she had learned to pluck the strings of silence itself, drawing forth music that existed before sound was born. Practice the silent symphony. Sit in absolute stillness and attend to the spaces between sounds. Notice how each noise emerges from and returns to silence, like figures appearing from and melting back into fog. Don't try to eliminate sound. Instead, become aware of the silent foundation underlying all audio experience. Now listen to your own rhythm, breath, heartbeat, thoughts. Feel how each rides upon an ocean of silence. Practice hearing the music hidden in the spaces between moments. For in the eternal composition of existence, every soul must learn to hear the symphony of silence that conducts the orchestra of being. Chapter 9. The Builder's Foundation. In the towering mountains of ancient Nepal, where peaks pierced clouds and valleys plunged into shadow, lived a temple architect named David Martinez. Unlike other builders who began their work with stone and timber, David spent months studying the invisible forces flowing through each site before laying a single foundation stone. Local laborers called him mad when he refused to build on a seemingly perfect plateau, choosing instead a precarious cliff edge. The dragon lines of earth energy are stronger here, he explained, tracing patterns only he could sense. A temple is more than its visible form. His strangest habit was spending nights sleeping on potential building sites, pressing his ear to the ground until dawn. One morning, a skeptical prince found him covered in dew, smiling. "The earth spoke clearly," David said. "This ground wants to hold something sacred." His temples defied conventional wisdom, yet stood unshakable through earthquakes that toppled more traditional structures. When asked his secret, David would place a seeker's hand against a temple wall. "Feel how it pulses. The building lives because it grows from forces deeper than stone." The prince, intrigued despite his doubts, commissioned David to build the kingdom's greatest temple. But instead of beginning construction, David spent 40 days mapping invisible currents with copper rods and crystalline pendulums. "The seen must honor the unseen," he taught the impatient prince. "Every lasting structure is built first in the subtle realms." When finally he began, David laid foundations in strange geometric patterns that matched no known architectural principles. Yet, as the walls rose, even skeptics felt an undeniable power emanating from the site. The completed temple seemed to sing with the wind, its chambers amplifying natural energies into palpable blessing. "A building is like a body," David explained to his apprentices. "Stone and wood are its flesh, but chi lines are its meridians, earth currents its blood. Build in harmony with these invisible rivers, and your creation becomes a living bridge between worlds." Practice, foundation, sensing. Find a place that calls to you. Sit or lie in complete stillness, letting your awareness sink below the visible surface of things. What unseen currents move through this space? What hidden patterns want to emerge? Practice feeling the subtle energies that underlie physical reality. Let your consciousness become like David's copper rods, sensitive to the invisible architecture that supports all manifestation. For in the eternal construction of existence, every soul must learn to build not just with matter, but with the formless forces that shape reality itself. Chapter 10. The Perfumer's Essence. In the aromatic bazaars of ancient Damascus, where spice merchants traded secrets as precious as their wares, lived a mysterious perfumer named Melissa Chang. Unlike other artisans who merely blended pleasant scents, Melissa extracted the essential truth hidden within each substance she encountered. Her small workshop contained no fancy bottles or elaborate distillation equipment. Instead, crude clay pots lined rough wooden shelves, each containing what she called the soul scent of different experiences. "Joy smells like morning dew on jasmine," she would say, "but true happiness has no scent at all." One day, a grieving widow sought her wisdom. "I've lost everything," the woman wept. "My heart feels empty." Melissa nodded thoughtfully and reached for a dusty pot labeled Desert Rain. "Smell this," she instructed. The widow inhaled and gasped as memories of renewal and fresh beginnings filled her mind. "That's not the scent of rain," Melissa explained. "It's the essence of transformation that rain teaches us. The water is just the carrier." Melissa's most powerful creations contained no physical fragrance at all. "When you reduce any experience to its purest truth," she taught, "you find it has no form, no scent, no taste. yet it can transform everything it touches. Her strangest habit was collecting what others overlooked: the last breath of autumn leaves, the quiet after thunder, the pause between deciding and acting. These moments contain the most potent essences, she would say, while carefully decanting emptiness into tiny vials. Kings offered fortunes for her secrets, but Melissa shared her wisdom freely with any sincere seeker. The art of essence crafting is simple, she explained. Life presents experiences in raw form, like crude oil. Our task is to gently heat them with attention until the essential truth evaporates from the heavy events that carried it. Practice the essence distillation. Choose a significant experience from your life. Rather than focusing on what happened, attend to what that experience taught you at its most fundamental level. What remains when you boil away all the specific details? Sit with this essence until you can feel its pure teaching, beyond story or circumstance. Notice how this refined wisdom can be applied to transform completely different situations. For in the eternal alchemy of existence, every soul must learn to extract the essential truth from life's endless stream of experiences. Part 2. Subtle Arts of Power and Presence. Chapter 11. The Dancer's Grace. In the floating temples of ancient Cambodia, where sacred dancers moved between heaven and earth, lived an unusual performer named Daniel Foster. Unlike other dancers who fought against gravity's pull, Daniel had discovered the secret of becoming weightless through perfect surrender. His movements seemed to defy nature itself. Witnesses swore they saw him hover motionless in mid-leap or spin like autumn leaves caught in a gentle breeze. Yet Daniel claimed no supernatural powers, only an understanding of what he called the dance between forces. Most struggle against the downward pull, he would say, demonstrating with a falling leaf. But look how this leaf rides the air currents by neither resisting nor submitting completely. One monsoon season, a frustrated warrior sought his wisdom. "I've mastered every fighting form," the warrior declared, "yet still feel rigid and blocked." Daniel smiled and pointed to the rain sliding down temple walls. "Watch how water flows," he instructed. "It neither pushes nor yields. It simply finds the path of least resistance." He demonstrated with a series of movements that seemed to pour through space like liquid light. True power comes not from opposing force, but from dancing with it. Through the rainy nights, Daniel taught not through formal instruction, but through natural movement explorations. He showed how every force contained within it the seed of its opposite, how falling could become flying, how limitation could birth freedom. His most profound teachings happened during storms, when he would dance with the wind itself. "Feel how the air wants to move," he would say, his form becoming one with the tempest. "Now let your body become a question to which the wind is the answer." The warrior learned that true grace arose not from perfect control, but from perfect response, not from imposing will, but from entering into dialogue with the forces of life itself. "We are all dancers," Daniel taught, "partners in an eternal choreography of being." Practice the flowing form. Stand in perfect stillness until you feel the subtle pushes and pulls acting upon your body. Rather than resisting or controlling these forces, begin to move in harmony with them. Let each movement arise naturally from the last, like water finding its course downstream. Notice how grace emerges not from forcing, but from following the inherent flow of energy through your form. For in the eternal dance of existence, every soul must learn to move not against life's currents, but in perfect partnership with the forces that shape our becoming. Chapter 12. The Scribe's Truth. In the hidden valleys of ancient Tibet, where monastery libraries held secrets older than language itself, lived an unusual chronicler named Nicole Santos. Unlike other scribes who wrote with ordinary ink, Nicole had discovered the art of writing with the essence of truth itself. Her scrolls seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet readers would find themselves transformed by words that somehow transcribed not just events, but the living reality beneath them. Some claimed her chronicles could alter the past simply by revealing its deeper meaning. "Ink is just the visible trace of intention," she would say, grinding minerals in the pre-dawn darkness. "The true writing happens in the space between thoughts, where reality itself is still being composed." Her strangest habit was writing in complete darkness. "Light shows us the surface of things," she explained to her puzzled apprentices. "But truth flows better when we can't be distracted by appearances." One day, a merchant brought Nicole a mundane trade ledger to transcribe. Instead of copying figures, she wrote, "Behind these numbers flows a river of human hopes, each coin a frozen moment of someone's life force exchanged." The merchant wept, suddenly understanding the sacred responsibility of commerce. Her most powerful writings contained no words at all, just delicate brush strokes that somehow conveyed entire universes of meaning. "The heart has its own alphabet," she taught. "Its letters are moments of pure recognition." When asked how she learned this art, Nicole would smile and pull out a blank scroll. "See these empty spaces between characters? That's where the real story lives. Writing truth means learning to dance with the whiteness." Her final teaching was her most mysterious. "We are all scribes," she declared, "constantly writing our reality with the ink of attention. The question is, are we writing unconsciously, or with the full awareness that each thought inscribes itself upon the parchment of existence?" Practice. Conscious inscription. Take an ordinary moment from your day. Rather than simply recording what happened, write from the space where experience first takes form. Let your words emerge not from memory, but from direct perception of the truth beneath events. Notice how reality shifts as you describe it, not with the ink of habit, but with the essence of clear seeing. Feel how each word has the power to either obscure or reveal the living truth of this moment. For in the eternal chronicle of existence, every soul must learn to write not just with ink and parchment, but with the very substance of awakened awareness itself. Chapter 13. The Fisherman's Net. Along the misty shores of ancient Vietnam, where river meets sea in an eternal dance of waters, lived a peculiar fisherman named Robert Chong. Unlike other anglers who sought to fill their nets with fish, Robert cast his nets into the depths of experience itself, harvesting wisdom from the currents of everyday life. His nets were woven with an unusual pattern, threads of silence between threads of attention. "The spaces between the knots are more important than the knots themselves," he would say, mending his nets by moonlight. Just as the empty spaces in music give meaning to the notes. Other fishermen rushed to cast their nets where fish jumped and waters churned. But Robert sought the still pools, the hidden eddies where patience revealed what haste could never catch. Wisdom, he taught, feeds in the depths, not on the surface. His strangest practice was casting empty nets into apparently empty waters. Villagers mocked him until they noticed how those who sat with him during these sessions left transformed, as if they had caught something invisible yet profound. One dawn, a frustrated merchant watched Robert sitting motionless in his boat. "Why do you waste time when no fish are biting?" he demanded. Robert smiled and gestured to the perfect reflection of clouds on the still water. "I've caught more this morning than all the boats in the harbor," he replied. "See how the sky has become one with the sea? That's worth more than 1,000 fish." The merchant sat down, and for the first time in years felt the knots of anxiety in his chest begin to loosen. Robert's most valuable lesson was about the art of waiting. "Most try to grab wisdom like hungry ghosts," he would say, watching his nets drift with the tide. "But true understanding can only be caught when we become as patient as the sea itself." Practice. The patient pool. Find a quiet place and cast the net of your attention into the present moment. Don't grasp at thoughts or chase insights. Simply allow your awareness to drift like a well-woven net in deep water. Notice how wisdom rises naturally when the mind grows still, like fish emerging from hidden depths. Practice catching these moments of clarity without disturbing the surface of silence that draws them forth. For in the eternal waters of existence, every soul must learn to fish, not just with nets of effort, but with the subtle art of patient attention that draws forth the deepest truths. Before we get into the next chapter, you can download a free ebook version of this audiobook using the link in the pinned comment below this video. Chapter 14. The Jeweler's Eye. In the labyrinthine markets of ancient Damascus, where merchants traded treasures from distant lands, lived an unusual jeweler named Elizabeth Torres. Unlike other craftsmen who valued only perfect gems, Elizabeth had discovered the divine light hidden within the most common stones. Her small shop contained what appeared to be ordinary rocks, yet visitors would gasp as she turned each one precisely, revealing impossible colors and patterns that seemed to emerge from nowhere. "Every stone contains a universe," she would say, "if you know how to align your vision with its inner truth." Elizabeth's most peculiar habit was spending hours with a single pebble, rotating it slowly in candlelight while peering through a mysterious lens she had crafted from desert glass. "Most see only the surface," she explained, "but reality has infinite layers of beauty waiting to be recognized." One day, a wealthy collector brought her a chest of flawless diamonds, seeking her approval. Instead of admiring them, Elizabeth handed him a rough gray stone from her workbench. "Look deeper," she instructed, showing him how to hold it at precisely the right angle. As he gazed, his eyes widened. Within the humble rock, galaxies of light seemed to dance. "Your diamonds show what nature has already perfected," she said gently. "But these common stones reveal the perfect hidden within the imperfect. A far greater treasure." The collector began to weep, suddenly seeing the beauty he had overlooked in his pursuit of obvious splendor. Her most profound teaching came through what she called the practice of sacred recognition. She would place a seemingly ordinary stone in a seeker's hands and guide them to find the exact position where inner and outer light aligned. That moment of recognition, she taught, is the same whether seeing beauty in a stone or divinity in a soul. Practice the divine lens. Take an object that appears ordinary, a simple stone, a leaf, or even a grain of sand. Hold it where light can play upon its surface. Now begin to rotate it slowly, training your vision to see past the obvious. Look not with the eyes of judgment that seek perfection, but with the heart's lens that recognizes the sacred within all things. Practice finding the precise angle where inner and outer beauty align to reveal what has always been present, but rarely seen. For in the eternal marketplace of existence, every soul must learn to see not just with physical eyes, but with the jeweler's gaze that recognizes divine light shimmering within the seemingly mundane. Chapter 15. The Shepherd's Call. In the wind-swept highlands of ancient Anatolia, where mountain peaks pierce the clouds like nature's temples, lived an unusual shepherd named John Martinez. Unlike other herders who used staffs and dogs to drive their flocks, John guided his sheep through voice alone, using tones that seemed to resonate with the very essence of each animal's being. His most striking quality was his absolute stillness. While other shepherds constantly moved and shouted, John would stand motionless on a rocky outcrop, sending forth calls that somehow conveyed complete directions through subtle variations in pitch and power. True authority, he would say, flows from the center, not from frantic motion at the edges. The local villagers were mystified by how his sheep navigated treacherous mountain passes without visible guidance. The voice that leads must first learn to listen, he explained, demonstrating how each call began with a moment of perfect silence. Leadership is not about imposing will, but about aligning with the natural flow of life itself. One stormy evening, when wolves surrounded his flock, observers expected John to rush about defending his sheep. Instead, he stood calmly and issued a single profound note that seemed to emerge from the mountain itself. The wolves froze, then retreated, as if recognizing an authority deeper than physical force. Power that must constantly prove itself has already lost its center, he taught those who sought his wisdom. Real strength is like the mountain. It simply is, without needing to convince anyone of its presence. His most peculiar practice was spending dawn hours in complete silence, listening to what he called the voice beneath voices. When asked about this, he would smile and point to how sheep naturally align themselves with the earth's magnetic fields. All beings know how to follow truth, he said, if we learn to call them from that same place of natural authority. Practice the authentic call. Find a quiet space where you can feel the earth beneath you. Rather than trying to generate power, allow yourself to settle into the natural authority that comes from deep stillness. Notice how your voice changes when it emerges not from effort, but from this grounded presence. Practice speaking simple words or tones from this centered place. Observe how authentic power naturally awakens when we align our voice with the deeper currents of being that flow through all life. For in the eternal pastures of existence, every soul must learn to lead not through force or fear, but through the shepherd's art of calling forth what naturally seeks to follow truth. Chapter 16. The Healer's Touch. In the secret healing temples of ancient Alexandria, where medicine and mystery intertwined, lived an unusual physician named Heather Williams. Unlike other healers who treated only visible ailments, Heather could see the ghostly roots of disease threading through the emotional body like translucent vines. Her most distinctive practice was to remain completely still beside patients, eyes closed, fingertips barely touching their wrist. Physical symptoms are but echoes, she would say, of storms that rage in deeper waters. Other physicians rushed to prescribe herbs and potions, while Heather first sought to understand the invisible architecture of each illness. The temple scribes recorded her peculiar method of diagnosis. She would trace patterns in the air above a patient's body, as if reading an invisible map. Every physical pain, she taught, is a letter in the soul's alphabet of unspoken truths. One day, they brought her a wealthy merchant paralyzed by mysterious pains. Rather than examining his limbs, Heather sat quietly and asked about the moment his pain began. As he spoke of ancient grief locked within his joints, her fingers traced gentle circles on his palm. With each revolution, decades of accumulated sorrow dissolved like morning mist until he rose and walked, tears flowing freely. The body speaks in metaphors, she explained to her apprentices. A bent spine may reveal a burden carried too long, a troubled breath the words we fear to speak. Her strangest healing tools were not medicines but moments, precisely timed pauses that allowed buried truths to surface naturally. Her most profound teaching came through what she called the art of witnessed healing. She would guide patients to feel their pain not as an enemy to be vanquished, but as a messenger bearing wisdom. When we learn to listen, she said, every symptom becomes a doorway to deeper wholeness. Practice the healing touch. Find a quiet space and place one hand over your heart. Rather than trying to fix or change anything, simply rest in gentle attention. Notice how your breath naturally deepens when you offer presence without agenda. Allow any physical sensations to speak their metaphoric language. What stories do your tensions tell? What wisdom does your body whisper? Practice listening, not with the mind that seeks to solve, but with the heart that knows how to witness healing into being. For in the eternal temple of existence, every soul must learn to heal not just with medicines and methods, but through the physician's art of touching the tender roots where transformation flowers. Chapter 17. The Scholar's Question. In the towering libraries of ancient Alexandria, where scrolls reached toward heaven like stairs of wisdom, lived an unusual philosopher named Jason Thompson. Unlike other scholars who proudly proclaimed answers, Jason had mastered the art of asking questions that caused truth to reveal itself. His most distinctive habit was responding to every seeker's question with an even deeper inquiry. When students demanded, "What is wisdom?" he would ask them, "How does a bird know which way is south?" Those who pondered this often discovered wisdom's nature without needing it explained. The library scribes noted his peculiar method of teaching. Rather than filling minds with knowledge, he created spaces where understanding could naturally arise. A well-crafted question, he would say, is like a key that unlocks doors we didn't know existed. One day, a renowned teacher arrived, boasting of knowing every answer in the ancient texts. Jason simply asked, What lies between the space of your thoughts? The teacher fell silent for the first time in years, suddenly aware of a vast territory his knowledge had never touched. Most seek wisdom like merchants hunting treasure, Jason explained to his students. But true understanding comes from learning to dig wells, not build walls. His strangest practice was spending hours contemplating simple questions like, "Where does the wind begin?" or "What color is silence?" His most profound teaching emerged through what he called the art of unknowing. He would guide students to the edge of their knowledge, then ask a question that helped them step beyond certainty into wonder. The wisest question, he taught, is one that continues to unfold even after it's answered. Practice. The questioning mind. Find a quiet moment and choose a simple question like, "What is awareness?" Rather than trying to answer it, let the question itself become a lens through which you observe your experience. Notice how different questions create different qualities of attention. Practice crafting questions that open rather than close, that invite exploration rather than demand conclusion. Remember that the goal is not to arrive at answers, but to develop the art of inquiry that leads to ever deeper understanding. For in the eternal library of existence, every soul must learn, not just to accumulate knowledge, but to cultivate the scholar's art of asking questions that illuminate the path to wisdom. Chapter 18. The Gardener's Patience. In the hidden valley gardens of ancient Persia, where time flowed like honey and seasons danced their eternal cycle, lived an unusual cultivator named Tiffany Chen. Unlike other gardeners who forced growth through artificial means, Tiffany understood the secret language of waiting, coaxing impossible blooms from barren earth through her mastery of nature's rhythms. Her most remarkable gift was knowing precisely when not to act. While others frantically planted and pruned, she would often sit motionless beside a dormant seed, humming ancient tones that seemed to resonate with the earth's own heartbeat. "Every flower," she would say, "has its own moment of awakening that cannot be rushed or delayed." The mystery of her garden lay in its defiance of natural law, lotus blooms emerging from desert sand, winter roses flowering in summer heat. Yet Tiffany simply smiled at visitors' amazement. "The secret," she whispered, "lies not in changing nature's timing, but in discovering which moment contains which possibility." Her strangest ritual involved placing seeds in small clay bowls and sitting with them through entire moon cycles, neither watering nor planting them. "Before we can grow anything," she taught, "we must first learn to hear the whispered dreams of sleeping seeds." One drought-stricken season, when other gardens withered, nobles demanded her secret for keeping plants alive without water. Tiffany led them to a patch of apparently empty soil. "Watch," she said, placing her palm against the earth. Where she touched, flowers erupted instantly, having been patiently grown underground until precisely the right moment for emergence. "Most try to master time," she explained to her apprentices, "but wisdom lies in letting time master you." Her peculiar methods included planting by starlight, singing to closed buds, and reading future harvests in the patterns of fallen leaves. Every ending, she taught, contains the seed of its own beginning. Practice, the patience garden. Create a small space of possibility. This might be an actual garden plot or simply a quiet corner of your home. Sit in complete stillness, allowing yourself to attune to the natural rhythms around you. Notice how each breath has its own timing, each moment its own ripeness. Practice waiting without expectation, observing how desire to force outcomes creates resistance to natural timing. Let your awareness rest in the fertile soil of the present, knowing that every manifestation has its perfect season of emergence. For in the eternal garden of existence, every soul must learn not just to plant and harvest, but to master the cultivator's art of dancing with time itself. Chapter 19. The Sailor's Compass. In the treacherous waters of the ancient Phoenician seas, where storm and stillness played their eternal game, lived an extraordinary navigator named Justin Rodriguez. Unlike other sailors who relied on stars and charts, Justin had learned to read the invisible currents that flowed beneath visible reality. His most remarkable talent was sailing through tempests that capsized other vessels, guided by what he called the whispers of the wind. While others frantically consulted their instruments, Justin would close his eyes and tilt his head slightly, as if listening to a distant song only he could hear. "The surface of the sea tells half-truths," he would say to his bewildered crew. True navigation requires reading the story written in the spaces between the waves. His strangest habit was trailing his fingers through the water at dawn, nodding as if in conversation with the depths. The harbor masters recorded his inexplicable ability to predict storms days before the clouds gathered. When asked his secret, Justin would smile and tap his chest. "The most reliable compass," he explained, "is the one that beats within." One moonless night, when a devastating tempest trapped ships in the harbor, merchants begged Justin to deliver vital supplies to a starving city. Other captains called it suicide, but Justin stood silent at his helm, eyes closed, swaying slightly. Then, without consulting any charts, he guided his vessel through the chaos as if following an invisible thread of light. Later, when questioned about his method, he gathered his students near the water's edge. "Most sailors fight the storm," he taught, "but wisdom lies in learning to read its hidden purpose." He demonstrated an unusual practice of marking the rhythms of waves against the shore, showing how each seventh pulse revealed an underlying pattern. "Navigation is not about dominating the sea," he would say, "but about learning to dance with its moods." His most profound teaching came through what he called the art of reading silence, finding direction not through what was visible but through careful attention to what wasn't. Practice, the inner compass. Find a quiet space and close your eyes. Imagine yourself at the helm of a great vessel surrounded by darkness. Rather than reaching for external guidance, turn your attention to the subtle currents of knowing that flow through your own being. Notice the different qualities of certainty and doubt, how each has its own texture and weight. Practice distinguishing between the choppy waves of mental activity and the deeper currents of intuitive wisdom. For in the eternal ocean of existence, every soul must learn not just to follow maps and stars, but to master the navigator's art of reading the invisible signs that guide us home. Chapter 20. The Baker's Yeast. In the ancient city of Byzantium, where the aroma of fresh bread drew pilgrims from distant lands, lived a mysterious baker named Michel Foster. Unlike other bread makers who focused on flour and fire, Michel understood the sacred alchemy of the invisible catalysts that transformed simple ingredients into spiritual sustenance. Her most peculiar practice was whispering to her sourdough starter in the pre-dawn darkness, treating the living culture like an oracle. The mother dough, she would say, carries wisdom passed down from the first loaves ever baked by human hands. Those who ate her bread often reported experiencing profound revelations and unexpected clarity. Michelle's bakery defied ordinary rules of fermentation. She could accelerate or slow the rising of dough through methods that seemed to bend time itself. A single grain of her special yeast could leaven an entire day's worth of bread. Yet she carefully measured each portion with golden scales inherited from ancient Egyptian temple bakers. The secret, she taught her apprentices, lies not in the visible ingredients, but in the invisible force that transforms them. She demonstrated this truth by placing identical dough in different corners of her shop. One would rise magnificently, while another remained flat, though both contained the same measures of yeast. Her strangest ritual involved what she called the midnight kneading, where she worked dough by starlight, claiming that celestial forces activated certain qualities in the yeast that daylight would diminish. Those who witnessed these sessions swore the dough glowed with a subtle inner light. One drought season, when grain grew scarce, Michelle revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered the town's hungry residents and produced hundreds of loaves from what seemed like a handful of flour. The catalyst, she explained, matters more than the substance. A small amount of the right essence can transform any situation, just as a tiny measure of yeast awakens the sleeping potential within flour. Practice. The catalytic meditation. Find a quiet space and imagine yourself as unrisen dough. Focus your attention on the smallest point of warmth within your being. This is your spiritual yeast, the catalyst of consciousness. Rather than forcing transformation, allow this subtle point of activation to naturally expand through your awareness. Notice how small shifts in attention can create large changes in your state of being. Practice identifying the precise moments and places where minimal effort creates maximum transformation. For in the eternal bakery of existence, every soul must learn not just to gather ingredients, but to master the baker's art of awakening the dormant light within all things through the precise application of catalytic wisdom. Part 3. Gateways, Timelines, and Transcendence. Chapter 21. The Candlemaker's Flame. In the shadowed temples of ancient Tibet, where eternal flames flickered in sacred grottos untouched by time, lived an unusual artisan named Ryan Chang. Unlike other candlemakers who merely shaped wax and wicks, Ryan had discovered the secret of creating lights that would burn without consuming their fuel, maintaining their radiance through countless nights. His most mysterious practice involved what he called feeding the flame. While others simply lit their candles and left them to burn, Ryan would sit for hours before a single flame, his breathing synchronized with its subtle dance. Every fire, he would say, is a living entity that must be nourished by consciousness itself. The temple halls lined with his candles defied natural law, flames that had burned continuously for decades without diminishing their wicks or melting their wax. When questioned about this impossibility, Ryan would smile and place a single finger to his lips. "The flame, you see," he whispered, "is merely the outer garment of an inner light." His most peculiar ritual involved crafting candles during the winter solstice, working in absolute darkness except for a single ancestral flame passed down through 17 generations of illumination masters. Those who witnessed these sessions reported seeing strange shadows moving within the flames, as if distant worlds were visible in their depths. One stormy season, when all other lights in the region were extinguished by fierce winds, Ryan's flames continued burning steadily. The temple elders demanded to know his secret. In response, he gathered them in his workshop and lit a simple candle. "Watch," he instructed, placing his palms around the flame without touching it. The light began pulsing in rhythm with his heartbeat, growing stronger rather than weaker with each passing hour. Most seek to preserve the flame by protecting it from the wind, he taught his apprentices. But true mastery lies in teaching the fire to feed on the very forces that would extinguish it. His methods included singing ancient vibrations that made flames dance in geometric patterns and reading prophecies in the interplay of light and shadow. Practice, the eternal flame. Create a sacred space and light a single candle. Rather than watching it passively, engage in conscious relationship with the flame. Notice how your attention affects its strength and stability. Practice maintaining unwavering focus, allowing your consciousness to merge with the fire's essential nature. Observe how the flame remains constant while its outer expression dances and shifts. Let this paradox teach you about maintaining your own inner light through life's inevitable winds of change. For in the eternal temple of existence, every soul must learn not just to light fires, but to master the sacred art of keeping their inner flame burning bright through all seasons of being. Chapter 22. The Storyteller's Magic. In the mist-veiled valleys of ancient Kashmir, where reality and dreams wove together like silk threads, lived a remarkable storyteller named Amber Santos. Unlike other bards who merely entertained, Amber had discovered that tales told with perfect clarity could reshape the very fabric of existence. Her most distinctive quality was her voice, which seemed to carry not just words, but tangible sensations. When she spoke of desert winds, listeners would feel sand against their skin. In describing mountain streams, the air would fill with the scent of snowmelt and pine. Some swore that during her tales of ancient battles, phantom arrows would whistle overhead. "Stories are not mirrors reflecting what was," she would say, drawing patterns in the air with her fingers, "but seeds of what will be." Her strangest habit was collecting tears shed by her audience in tiny crystal vials, claiming they contained the essence of transformed consciousness. In the great hall where she performed, reality began to blur at the edges. Gardens she described in evening tales would appear the next morning, complete with flowers that had never existed before. Children she spoke of in her stories would be born 9 months later, carrying the exact features she had detailed. One drought season, when crops failed and hunger stalked the land, Amber gathered the villagers and began a tale of abundance. As she spoke of rain-swelled rivers and golden fields, clouds gathered overhead. By the story's end, real rain fell on real wheat, exactly as her words had painted them. The secret, she revealed to her closest students, lies not in the words themselves, but in the space where imagination touches possibility. She demonstrated by telling the same tale in different ways. One version would manifest physically, while another remained purely entertaining, depending on her level of conscious intention. Her most profound teaching came during the new moon, when she would sit in darkness and whisper what she called the unfinished stories, tales that could only be completed by those who heard them, creating unique realities for each listener. Practice. The story weaver's art. Find a quiet space and close your eyes. Begin telling yourself a story about your own transformation, not as you wish it would happen, but as if it is already unfolding. Notice how your body responds to different details. Which words carry the weight of truth? Practice speaking with total conviction, allowing each image to become more real with every breath. For in the eternal narrative of existence, every soul must learn not just to tell stories, but to master the sacred art of weaving new realities from the threads of conscious imagination. Remember, the tales you tell yourself shape the reality you inhabit. Choose your stories with the wisdom of knowing they are seeds planted in the garden of becoming. Chapter 23. The Clockmaker's Time. In the misty mountains of ancient Tibet, where time flowed like honey through crystal caves, lived an unusual clockmaker named Brian Williams. Unlike other craftsmen who measured mere hours, Brian created devices that revealed the different qualities and textures of time itself. His most peculiar creation was a series of identical hourglasses, each filled with the same sand. Yet when turned simultaneously, each flowed at a different rate, one racing like a mountain stream, another flowing thick as amber, though their grains were identical. Time, he would say, bends to match the quality of consciousness observing it. Brian's workshop defied ordinary temporal laws. Visitors reported spending what felt like minutes inside, only to emerge and find days had passed, or experiencing what seemed like weeks of learning, only to discover barely an hour had elapsed outside. His strangest instruments had no numbers, only subtle variations of color and tone that marked the passing of moments. His most sacred creation was the mirror of now, a timepiece with no hands or markings, just a polished surface that somehow reflected the true nature of each viewer's relationship with time. Some saw their moments flowing smoothly like silk. Others witnessed their time knotted with anxiety or scattered like autumn leaves. Most people, Brian taught his apprentices, live in mechanical time, tick-tocking through identical seconds. But sacred time breathes. It expands and contracts like a living thing. He demonstrated by having students complete the same task on different days, showing how intention and awareness could stretch or compress duration. One winter solstice, when time seemed frozen in the mountain darkness, Brian revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered the village elders and showed them a clock face that began spinning backwards. Yet all its predictions came true in the future. Linear time, he explained, is the smallest circle of the temporal spiral. True time moves in all directions at once. Practice. The timekeeper's meditation. Find a quiet space and close your eyes. Focus on your experience of time passing, not by counting seconds, but by feeling the texture and quality of each moment. Notice how time feels different when observed with different states of consciousness. Practice expanding and contracting your experience of duration through attention alone. For in the eternal clockwork of existence, every soul must learn not just to measure time, but to master the sacred art of dancing with temporal rhythms that lie beyond the tick and tock of ordinary hours. Remember, time is not a river flowing in one direction, but an ocean of infinite currents. Your consciousness is the vessel that chooses which waters to sail. Chapter 24. The mirror polisher's reflection. In the marble halls of ancient Alexandria, where truth-seekers gathered from distant lands, lived a humble mirror polisher named Amy Martinez. Unlike other artisans who merely cleaned reflective surfaces, Amy had discovered that each layer of dust held secrets about the nature of perception itself. Her unusual method involved polishing mirrors in complete darkness, using only her fingertips to feel the invisible imperfections. True clarity, she would say, emerges not from what we see, but from what prevents us from seeing. Those who received her mirrors often reported strange experiences, glimpsing not just their physical reflection, but layers of their own consciousness they had never before witnessed. Amy's most curious practice involved what she called the 7 veils of perception. She would gradually remove successive layers of tarnish, asking viewers to describe what they saw at each stage. The first cleaning revealed physical appearance. The second showed emotional states. The third unveiled thought patterns, and so on, until the 7th polish revealed something beyond description. In her windowless workshop, lined with mirrors of varying clarity, she taught a profound truth. We do not see things as they are. We see things as we are. She demonstrated this by having different people look into the same mirror. Each would describe seeing something uniquely meaningful to their own journey. One summer solstice, when the sun's reflection was strongest, Amy revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered her apprentices before a perfectly polished mirror and slowly breathed upon its surface, creating a temporary fog. "Watch carefully," she instructed. As the mist cleared, each viewer reported seeing through their own usual distortions for the first time. "The mirror is already perfect," she would explain while working. "We do not polish to improve it, but to remove what obscures its natural clarity." Her gentlest touch could reveal more truth than hours of aggressive scrubbing by others. Practice. The clear reflection. Sit quietly before any reflective surface, a mirror, still water, or polished metal. Rather than focusing on what you see, notice what prevents you from seeing clearly. Observe the layers of mental dust, emotional tarnish, and perceptual veils that color your vision. Practice gentle attention, allowing each layer of distortion to naturally dissolve through patient awareness. For in the eternal mirror of existence, every soul must learn not just to look, but to master the sacred art of seeing through the accumulated dust of unconscious perception. Remember, the clearest reflection emerges not from forcing clarity, but from lovingly removing what obscures it. Chapter 25. The Bridgebuilder's Span. In the mist-shrouded peaks of ancient Nepal, where chasms deeper than nightfall split the sacred mountains, lived a remarkable bridge builder named Kevin Foster. Unlike other engineers who worked only with physical materials, Kevin had discovered that the strongest spans were first built in the invisible realm of pure faith. His most distinctive quality was his ability to see connection points that others claimed impossible. Where fellow builders declared gaps uncrossable, Kevin would stand silently at the edge, his eyes focused on something beyond ordinary sight. "Every void," he would say, "contains its own bridge, waiting to be recognized." His strangest habit was walking out into empty space before beginning construction, stepping firmly on air as if testing invisible stones. Those who watched would gasp, but Kevin never fell. The locals whispered that faith itself held him aloft, while he mapped the unseen architecture of possibility. In the highest passes, where thin air made most minds fuzzy, Kevin built spans that defied natural law. Bridges that seemed too delicate to hold a child's weight could support entire caravans. Arches that appeared to float without foundation withstood centuries of mountain storms. The visible support, he taught his apprentices, is merely the shadow of the true structure. One winter solstice, when the greatest chasm in the realm needed crossing, Kevin revealed his deepest teaching. Instead of beginning with measurements and materials, he gathered the villagers in meditation. "Before we can build in stone," he explained, "we must first construct in consciousness. The physical bridge only makes visible what faith has already established." For 7 days he led them in visualizing the perfect span, not as a future hope, but as a present reality. On the 8th morning, when they opened their eyes, the gorge seemed somehow narrower. The actual construction that followed felt more like remembering than creating. Practice, the void crossing method. Find a challenge that seems impossibly wide. Close your eyes and stand at its edge in your mind. Instead of focusing on the gap, sense the invisible bridge that already connects where you are to where you wish to be. Practice walking this span in consciousness before attempting physical steps. Feel the solid truth beneath your feet, even when ordinary sight shows only empty space. For in the eternal architecture of existence, every soul must learn not just to build bridges, but to master the sacred art of recognizing connections that already exist beyond visible reality. Remember, the greatest distances are crossed first in faith, then in form. Trust the bridge your consciousness builds before your hands begin their work. Chapter 26. The Salt Trader's Preservation. In the sun-baked valleys of ancient Persia, where preservation meant the difference between abundance and famine, lived an unusual salt trader named Rachel Thompson. Unlike merchants who sought the purest white crystals, Rachel specialized in the cloudy, mineral-rich salts that common folk overlooked. Her most peculiar practice was testing salt not by taste, but by listening to it. She would hold rough crystals to her ear like seashells, nodding as if hearing ancient whispers. The finest salt, she taught, speaks not of flavor, but of time defeated. Rachel's storehouse defied nature's decay. Fruits remained fresh for seasons, meats stayed pure through summer heat, and even emotions seemed preserved in their truest state. Visitors reported feeling exactly as they had during their first visit, even decades later, as if Rachel's salts crystallized not just food, but experience itself. Her most sacred creation was what locals called memory salt, crystals that somehow maintained the essence of moments they witnessed. A pinch from a wedding celebration would rekindle love's first bloom, while grains from a warrior's victory kept courage fresh through years of peace. One harvest season, when spoilage threatened the kingdom's reserves, Rachel revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered the village elders and showed them identical baskets of figs, one preserved with common salt, another with her special crystals. The first contained perfect but lifeless fruit. The second held figs that seemed to breathe with ripeness, as if time had been convinced to circle rather than advance. Most preservers, she explained, fight against time's flow. But true preservation doesn't halt life. It maintains its essential nature while allowing its form to evolve. She demonstrated by breaking open the figs. The conventionally preserved ones were dry and uniform inside. Hers remained unique, each with its own pattern of sweetness. Practice, the preserver's meditation. Find a quiet moment and hold something you wish to preserve. A feeling, a truth, a state of being. Don't try to freeze it in time. Instead, sense its essential nature, the quality that makes it precious beyond its current form. Practice identifying what truly needs preservation versus what can naturally transform. For in the eternal alchemy of existence, every soul must learn not just to maintain, but to master the sacred art of keeping things alive rather than merely preventing their death. Remember, true preservation protects the essential while allowing the form to dance with time. What matters most is never the crystal, but the living quality it carries. Chapter 27. The Mapmaker's Territory. In the hidden valleys of ancient Tibet, where reality's veils grew thin at certain altitudes, lived an extraordinary cartographer named Stephen Chang. Unlike traditional mapmakers who traced only physical features, Stephen mapped the invisible currents of energy that flowed beneath the visible world. His most distinctive tool was a set of crystal pendulums that danced differently over various energy streams. Where others saw empty meadows, Stephen would mark intricate patterns of force lines that shepherds later discovered their flocks naturally followed. Hidden springs would emerge exactly where his maps showed spirals of water energy converging beneath the earth. Stephen's strangest habit was mapping the same location during different phases of the moon, creating layered charts that revealed how energy patterns shifted with celestial cycles. A territory, he would say while working, is not fixed like a painting, but alive like a dance. His maps seemed to breathe when viewed in the right light, their ink shifting to show different layers of reality. His most sacred creation was what mountain dwellers called the Living Atlas, a collection of maps that somehow captured not just places but possibilities. Travelers consulting these charts would find themselves guided not just by geography but by synchronicity, arriving precisely where they needed to be rather than where they planned to go. One autumn equinox, when the boundary between seen and unseen grew especially permeable, Stephen revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered his apprentices before a blank parchment and poured water across its surface. As the liquid flowed, it left traces that perfectly matched the mountain ranges visible through his workshop window. "We think we create maps to represent the territory," he explained, "but the territory already knows its own nature. Our task is not to impose our understanding, but to learn its language." He demonstrated by closing his eyes and moving his brush in perfect harmony with the land's subtle pulses, creating maps that seemed more alive than the static charts of conventional cartographers. Practice, the reality reader's method. Find a quiet space and allow your awareness to expand beyond visual perception. Feel the currents of energy moving through your immediate environment. Don't try to name or categorize them. Simply notice their flow patterns, temperatures, and rhythms. Practice mapping these invisible features with your attention, noticing how they interact with physical objects and influence movement through space. For in the eternal geography of existence, every soul must learn not just to navigate physical reality, but to master the sacred art of reading the living map that underlies all manifestation. Remember, the truest maps emerge not from measuring what we think we see, but from learning to perceive what is actually there, hidden in plain sight beneath the surface of ordinary vision. Chapter 28. The Gatekeeper's Keys. In the labyrinthine catacombs beneath an ancient Egyptian temple, where sacred passages twisted like sleeping serpents, lived a remarkable gatekeeper named Megan Rodriguez. Unlike ordinary guards who watched single doors, Megan was keeper of the threshold gates, mystical portals that led either to genuine transformation or seductive illusion. Her most distinctive quality was her ability to see the true nature of doors. Where others saw identical archways, Megan could distinguish between portals that led to authentic advancement and those that merely circled back to comfortable deception. "Every seeker," she would say while testing locks with her crystalline keys, "must learn to feel the difference between the threshold that transforms and the doorway that deludes." Her strangest habit was pressing her ear against closed doors and laughing, as if hearing cosmic jokes. Those who watched noticed she turned away the most eager visitors from the grandest entrances, while guiding humble seekers through seemingly plain portals. The temple whispered that she could hear the difference between the echoes of truth and the hollow ring of illusion. In the deepest chamber, where reality's fabric grew thin, Megan maintained what initiates called the Gate of Gates, a simple wooden door that appeared differently to each visitor. Some saw it gleaming with gold, others perceived only rough wood, but Megan knew its true nature changed according to the readiness of the seeker. One moonless night, when the boundaries between wisdom and wishful thinking grew especially porous, Megan revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered her apprentices before 3 identical doors. "The path of transformation," she explained, "is not about finding the right door, but about becoming the kind of person who can recognize it." She demonstrated by having each apprentice approach the doors in turn. Though the portals appeared identical, each student felt differently before each threshold. "True gates," she taught, "resonate with your deepest knowing, while false doors excite only your surface desires." Practice. The threshold discernment method. Sit quietly and envision 3 doors before you. Notice how your body responds to each, not with your thoughts, but with your being's deepest knowing. Feel for the subtle difference between the excitement of illusion and the resonance of truth. Practice distinguishing between opportunities that truly transform and those that merely rearrange your existing patterns. For in the eternal architecture of awakening, every soul must learn not just to walk through doors, but to master the sacred art of recognizing which thresholds lead to authentic evolution. Remember, the wisest seeker knows that true transformation often hides behind the simplest doors, while illusion loves to dress itself in grandeur. Chapter 29. The Dream Merchant's Visions. In the floating markets of ancient Cambodia, where reality and dreams flowed together like converging rivers, lived an unusual merchant named Mark Santos. Unlike traders who dealt in silk or spices, Mark specialized in dreams, not the fleeting shadows of sleep, but concentrated essences of possibility that could reshape waking life. His marketplace stall appeared differently to each visitor. Some saw a humble wooden cart draped with shimmering veils, others a palatial pavilion built from moonlight. but all agreed that the mysterious vials he sold contained not liquid, but distilled potential, each bearing a label written in script that changed meaning with every reading. Mark's most peculiar practice was tasting his customers' current reality before prescribing specific dreams. He would touch his fingertips to their temples, close his eyes, and describe the invisible patterns limiting their existence. Most people, he would say, mistake their habitual dreams for unchangeable reality, never realizing they can select different dreams to manifest. His most precious offering was what locals called awakened dream essence, drops that somehow maintained consciousness through sleep, allowing users to actively shape their nighttime visions into bridges toward new possibilities. Those who used it reported their transformed dreams beginning to seep into daylight hours, gradually rewriting the story of their lives. One monsoon season, when the boundary between sleeping and waking grew especially permeable, Mark revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered seekers beneath lanterns that burned with purple flame and showed them identical bottles of dream essence, one containing ordinary dreams, another holding consciously crafted visions. The first produced pleasant but powerless fantasies. The second generated dreams that reached through sleep to reshape reality itself. The secret, he explained while decanting iridescent light into tiny vials, isn't to dream more vividly, but to dream more intentionally. Every night offers a workshop where you can craft the template for tomorrow's manifestation. Practice. The Dream Crafter's Method. Before sleep, hold a clear intention for the reality you wish to craft. Don't merely visualize it. Feel its textures, hear its sounds, know its subtle currents. As you drift toward dreams, maintain a gentle awareness that you're entering not just sleep, but a sacred creation space. Practice recognizing the difference between passive dreams that simply reflect your current patterns and active dreams that forge new possibilities. For in the eternal alchemy of existence, every soul must learn not just to dream, but to master the sacred art of dreaming things into being. Remember, the most powerful dreams are not escapes from reality, but bridges to its next evolution. Dream not just with your mind, but with the full force of your awakened spirit. Chapter 30. The Weather Reader's Storms. High in the mist-shrouded peaks of ancient Nepal, where clouds gathered like thoughts before rain, lived a remarkable hermit named Kimberly Foster. Unlike traditional weather seers who studied the skies, Kimberly read the invisible atmospheric patterns created by human consciousness. Her tiny mountain hut, perched impossibly between earth and sky, contained curious instruments crafted from spider silk and morning dew. These delicate devices responded not to physical weather, but to the subtle tempests of emotion that preceded every major event in the valley below. Kimberly's most distinctive practice was tasting the air during different emotional seasons. Grief has a metallic thickness, she would explain while gathering moisture on glass plates, while joy arrives like droplets of liquid light. Her most accurate predictions came not from watching storm clouds, but from reading the invisible weather patterns generated by collective human feeling. Local villagers learned to watch her warning flags, strips of blessed cloth that danced differently in seemingly identical winds. Red flags warning of coming anger storms led chiefs to postpone important meetings. Purple flags predicting waves of confusion prompted teachers to simplify their lessons. her most sacred banner, woven from white silk that somehow stayed pristine in any weather, flew only before transformative spiritual storms that dissolved old patterns. One monsoon evening, when the barrier between inner and outer weather grew especially thin, Kimberly revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students as storm clouds mirrored their turbulent thoughts above. "Most try to escape emotional weather," she said, while collecting storm water in crystal bowls, never realizing they carry its source within themselves. She demonstrated by having each student breathe consciously, showing how their collective calm created gaps in the clouds overhead. "The weather we experience," she explained, "emerges from the climate we maintain within. Practice the inner weather method. Sit quietly and attune to your internal atmospheric conditions. Notice the quality of your emotional weather. Is it clear, stormy, foggy? Don't try to change it. Simply observe its patterns and movements. Practice recognizing how your inner climate influences your outer experience. Notice how your emotional storms attract corresponding external conditions, while your periods of clarity seem to part the clouds of circumstance. Remember, you are not meant to control the weather, but to master sailing through all conditions with equal grace. For in the infinite atmosphere of existence, every soul must learn not just to predict storms, but to read the sacred patterns that connect inner and outer weather into one unified sky. Part 4. The Echoes of Transformation. Chapter 31. The Echo Listener's Voice. In the resonant caverns beneath Mount Kailash, where whispers from distant ages still lingered in the sacred stone, lived an extraordinary sound sage named Timothy Williams. Unlike ordinary listeners who heard only present sounds, Timothy could perceive the echoes of wisdom spoken centuries ago, their vibrations preserved in the crystalline walls of his underground sanctuary. His most remarkable gift was distinguishing between different temporal layers of sound. Each era, he would explain while pressing his ear to particular crystals, has its own vibrational signature. The truth teachings of ancient masters resonate at frequencies that transcend time itself. Timothy's unusual method involved creating echo maps, intricate diagrams carved into cave walls, showing where different ages of wisdom could be heard most clearly. Seekers who found him were often startled to see him sprinting from one listening point to another, following what he called wisdom harmonics, threads of related teachings echoing across millennia. His strangest ritual occurred during the hour before dawn, when he would position visitors at precise points throughout the cave system. As the first light touched the mountain peak above, the caves would fill with overlapping voices from countless centuries, forming what Timothy called the chorus of ages, a symphony of wisdom that could only be heard when multiple listeners created the proper receptive pattern. One winter solstice, when the boundaries between past and present grew especially permeable, Timothy revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in a perfectly spherical chamber known as the Echo Heart. "Most seek wisdom in new words," he said while striking a peculiar crystalline bell, never realizing that every truth ever spoken still vibrates in the eternal now. He demonstrated by having each student speak a single word of truth, showing how it harmonized with ancient teachings still resonating in the cave. The challenge, he explained as the harmonies built, isn't finding new wisdom, but learning to hear the eternal wisdom that has never ceased speaking. Practice. The eternal echo method. Find a quiet space and become absolutely still. Listen beyond ordinary sounds to the subtle vibrations that underlie all experience. Don't strain to hear. Allow your awareness to naturally attune to deeper and deeper layers of silence. Practice distinguishing between surface noise and the profound resonance of truth. Notice how authentic wisdom has a distinctive ring that echoes through your entire being, while mere information simply stops at the ears. Remember, the deepest truths are not new inventions, but eternal songs, waiting to be heard by those who develop the art of listening across time. For in the infinite acoustics of existence, every soul must learn not just to hear, but to recognize the sacred harmonies that connect all moments into one eternal song. Chapter 32. The Shadow Dancer's Light. In the underground temples of ancient Persia, where sacred fires cast dancing shadows on weathered walls, lived an unusual performer named Shan Chang. Unlike traditional temple dancers who chased away darkness with torchlight, Shan had mastered the art of dancing with shadows themselves, turning what others feared into his most powerful allies. His remarkable performances took place in the Temple of Twilight, where countless oil lamps created layers of overlapping darkness. Each shadow, he would say while moving between light and shade, is not an absence, but a different quality of presence. Audiences watched in wonder as his movement seemed to give consciousness to the darkness itself, making it ripple and flow with purposeful grace. Shan's most distinctive practice was what he called shadow gathering, a ritual where he would collect the rejected aspects of visitors' souls, embodied as deeper patches of darkness, and weave them into his sacred dances. Those who witnessed their own shadows, transformed through his art, often wept, seeing beauty in what they had long feared. His strangest teaching method involved having students dance while facing away from the light, so their own shadows became their only partners. Most spend their lives running toward illumination, he would explain while adjusting their movements, never realizing that their shadows grow longer the more they flee. One winter evening, when darkness filled the temple like sacred wine, Shan revealed his deepest wisdom. He gathered seekers around a single flame and showed them how shadows could multiply a single light into infinite reflections. The shadow is not the enemy of light, he demonstrated through fluid movement, but its most devoted partner in the eternal dance. Practice the shadow integration dance. Find a quiet space at twilight with a single candle. Watch your shadow move as you shift positions. Don't try to escape it. Instead, explore how it mirrors and amplifies your movements. Practice seeing your shadow not as a dark reflection, but as a teacher showing you hidden aspects of yourself. Notice how it grows and shrinks, yet remains faithfully present through all transformations. Remember, true illumination comes not from banishing darkness, but from learning to dance with it in perfect harmony. For in the eternal choreography of existence, every soul must learn not just to seek the light, but to embrace the sacred shadows that make its brightness visible. Chapter 33. The Riddle Master's Answers. In the labyrinthine caves beneath ancient Tibet, where wisdom echoed in questions rather than answers, lived an enigmatic sage named Brittany Martinez. Unlike traditional teachers who offered solutions, Brittany specialized in crafting riddles that dissolved themselves in the asking, leaving seekers transformed by the very act of inquiry. Her consultation chamber was unique. a perfectly spherical cave whose walls were carved with thousands of incomplete questions, each trailing off mid-sentence. "A perfect answer closes the mind," she would say while tracing the unfinished inscriptions. "But an artful question opens infinite doorways." Brittany's most distinctive practice was question weaving, a method where she would take a seeker's desperate query and gradually unfold it into ever more subtle questions until the original problem vanished like mist in morning sun. Those who came seeking certainty often left with a profound peace that transcended mere answers. Her strangest ritual involved gathering students in complete darkness and having them ask questions simultaneously. As the queries collided and merged in the blackness, new insights would emerge from the chaos of overlapping uncertainties. "Truth reveals itself," she would whisper, "when questions learn to question themselves." One moonless night, when the boundary between knowing and unknowing grew especially permeable, Brittany shared her deepest teaching. She gathered seekers around a pool of still water and asked them to watch their reflections while pondering an impossible riddle. What question unlocks all answers by refusing to be answered? As they gazed at their questioning faces reflected in the dark water, something extraordinary occurred. The very act of holding the paradox began dissolving their need for resolution. "The highest wisdom," Brittany explained, as their expression shifted from confusion to wonder, "comes not from finding answers, but from letting questions transform us." Practice. The self-dissolving question. Method. Sit quietly and pose yourself an impossible question, one that cannot be answered through ordinary thinking. Don't try to solve it. Instead, let it float in your awareness like a leaf on water. Practice staying with the question until you feel it beginning to question itself. Notice how your need for an answer gradually dissolves into a deeper understanding that transcends both question and answer. Remember, true wisdom emerges not from accumulating answers, but from learning to dance with uncertainty itself. For in the infinite mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to seek solutions, but to find freedom in the questions that liberate through their very impossibility. Chapter 34. The Memory Keeper's Vault. Deep within the crystalline caves of ancient Cappadocia, where time flowed like honey through honeycomb passages, lived an unusual librarian named Brandon Thompson. Unlike traditional keepers of scrolls and tablets, Brandon collected and preserved transformative moments themselves, storing them in translucent crystal vessels that lined his underground sanctuary. His remarkable archive contained no written words, only the pure essence of wisdom-birthing experiences. "True knowledge," he would explain while holding a glowing crystal, "isn't found in information, but in the moments that forever change how we see reality." Brandon's most distinctive practice was moment harvesting, a delicate art of capturing the exact instant when understanding crystallized in a seeker's consciousness. He would hold up a clear crystal vessel and, through methods known only to his order, preserve the transformative energy of that revelation for others to experience. His strangest ritual occurred during the equinoxes, when he would arrange his crystal vessels in intricate geometric patterns. As moonlight filtered through the cave's oculus, the stored moments would interact, creating what he called wisdom harmonics, new insights born from the resonance between different transformative experiences. One autumn evening, When the veil between moments grew especially thin, Brandon revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in the heart vault, a chamber whose walls held his most precious collection. Most try to grasp wisdom with their minds, he said while activating a particularly luminous crystal, never realizing that true understanding lives in the transformative moments that grasp us. He demonstrated by having each student approach different crystals, showing how the preserved moments could catalyze similar awakenings in receptive hearts. The challenge, he explained as wonder filled their eyes, isn't acquiring new knowledge, but learning to fully receive the wisdom already trying to transform us. Practice the moment preservation method. Find a quiet space and recall a moment of profound realization or transformation in your life. Don't just remember it. Fully relive the feeling of consciousness shifting into new understanding. Practice holding that transformative energy in your awareness without mental commentary. Notice how the pure essence of the experience can be accessed independently of the specific circumstances that triggered it. Remember, the deepest wisdom isn't found in accumulating information, but in preserving and revisiting the sacred moments that transform our way of being. For in the infinite library of existence, every soul must learn not just to collect knowledge, but to become a living archive of the experiences that awaken us to greater truth. Chapter 35. The Threshold Walker's Path. In the shifting mists of ancient Nepal, where reality's edges grew thin at certain sacred crossroads, lived a remarkable guide named Samantha Rodriguez. Unlike ordinary pathfinders who led travelers through physical terrain, Samantha specialized in helping souls navigate the invisible boundaries between states of being. Her unusual sanctuary was built precisely where three mountain paths converged, creating what the ancients called a threshold nexus, a place where the veils between different layers of existence naturally wavered. Every crossing, she would say while tracing ethereal patterns in the mist, is not just a journey through space, but an opportunity for transformation. Samantha's most distinctive practice was boundary walking, a delicate art of perceiving and passing through the subtle thresholds that separated different qualities of experience. Those who sought her guidance often arrived feeling trapped in limiting realities, only to discover that what seemed like solid walls were actually permeable veils. Her strangest teaching method involved having seekers walk simultaneously on both sides of a mountain stream. Keep one foot in each reality, she would instruct while adjusting their balance, until you realize that boundaries exist to be bridged, not to block. One misty dawn, when the boundaries between worlds grew especially transparent, Samantha revealed her deepest wisdom. She gathered students at a point where shadows and sunlight created a visible threshold on the mountain path. Most see boundaries as barriers, she demonstrated by stepping through the light-shadow interface with fluid grace, never realizing they are actually doorways into expanded possibility. Practice the threshold navigation method. Find a place where two different environments meet, shadow and light, forest and meadow, silence and sound. Stand precisely on this boundary line. Practice perceiving both realities simultaneously without choosing sides. Notice how your consciousness can expand to hold seemingly opposite experiences as complementary aspects of a larger whole. Remember, true freedom comes not from staying safely in familiar territory, but from learning to navigate gracefully between different qualities of being. For in the infinite expanse of existence, every soul must learn not just to walk paths, but to cross the thresholds that lead to broader horizons of consciousness. Chapter 36. The Flame Tender's Hearth. High in the Himalayan peaks, where eternal flames burned in sacred caves untouched by time, lived an unusual firekeeper named Jeremy Foster. Unlike ordinary flame tenders who simply maintained fires, Jeremy had mastered the art of kindling flames that sustained themselves through mysterious inner forces rather than consuming fuel. His remarkable sanctuary contained 7 brass braziers arranged in a perfect heptagon, each holding a different colored flame that had burned continuously for centuries. "Most seek to feed fire with matter," he would say while moving between the dancing lights, never realizing that sustainable flame comes from harmonizing with the invisible currents of universal energy. Jeremy's most distinctive practice was flame listening, a subtle art of perceiving the musical qualities hidden within fire. He would sit motionless for hours, head tilted as if hearing an ethereal symphony in the flickering light. Those who studied with him learned to recognize how each eternal flame sang its own unique note in an endless chorus of elemental music. His strangest ritual involved what he called fire weaving, using specially polished copper rods to draw threads of flame between different braziers, creating geometric patterns of light that somehow sustained themselves in midair. The secret, he would demonstrate while conducting these luminous orchestrations, lies not in controlling the fire, but in learning its natural desire to dance. One winter solstice, when the boundary between visible and invisible fire grew especially thin, Jeremy revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around the central flame, a pure white light that seemed to hover above its bowl without touching any fuel. "Watch closely," he instructed while passing his hand through the flame without being burned. "True mastery comes not from feeding the fire, but from becoming one with its eternal nature." Practice. The self-sustaining flame method. Find a quiet space and light a single candle. Rather than focusing on the visible flame, attune yourself to the invisible warmth it emanates. Practice perceiving the subtle currents of energy that flow between you and the flame. Notice how your conscious attention seems to feed the fire in ways that transcend physical fuel. Remember, the deepest power comes not from consuming external resources, but from aligning with the self-sustaining forces that animate existence itself. For in the infinite hearth of being, every soul must learn not just to tend fires, but to become an eternal flame that burns without consuming. Chapter 37. The Bone Reader's Future. In the windswept steppes of ancient Mongolia, where ancestral spirits whispered through sun-bleached bones scattered across the endless grasslands, lived an unusual diviner named Aaron Chang. Unlike traditional fortune-tellers who read tea leaves or cast stones, Aaron could perceive the flowing streams of probability that moved through the very marrow of existence. His remarkable sanctuary was a circular yurt whose walls were lined with carefully arranged bones, not for decoration, but because each bone held within it the story of its life force and all the paths that energy might have taken. "Most see only what was," he would say, while running his fingers along a weathered femur, never realizing that every bone remembers all its possible futures. Aaron's most distinctive practice was marrow listening, a delicate art of touching bones to hear the echoes of choices not yet made. Those who sought his guidance often brought bones from their own lands, only to discover that Aaron cared nothing for the bones themselves, but rather for the invisible rivers of potential still flowing through them. His strangest ritual occurred during dust storms, when he would arrange bones in spiral patterns on the ground and watch how the wind-driven sand gathered around them. "See how the grains dance?" he would ask, while tracing patterns in the accumulating dunes. Probability moves like water, but destiny settles like dust. One twilight, when the barrier between what is and what could be grew especially thin, Aaron revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a simple sheep's knucklebone, worn smooth by the steppe winds. "Most try to predict the future," he said while balancing the bone on his palm, never realizing that tomorrow's shape depends on how clearly we read today's flowing possibilities. Practice. The probability stream method. Find a natural object that speaks to you, a stone, leaf, or bone if available. Hold it gently and close your eyes. Practice feeling not what the object is, but all it might become. Notice how your awareness can perceive multiple potential futures streaming from this present moment. Remember, true foresight comes not from predicting fixed outcomes, but from learning to read the flowing currents of possibility that move through every instant. For in the infinite river of time, every soul must learn not just to see what will be, but to dance with all that might become. Chapter 38. The Night Walker's Vision. In the perpetual darkness of ancient Nordic caves, where shadow and light played no part in perception's dance, lived an extraordinary wanderer named Crystal Santos. Unlike common guides who relied on torches to illuminate their path, Crystal had mastered the art of seeing through absolute darkness, navigating vast underground labyrinths using only the subtle vibrations of existence itself. Her remarkable sanctuary lay at the heart of an obsidian cavern where no light had ever penetrated. "Those who chase illumination," she would say while gracefully moving through pitch-black passages, "miss the deeper vision that darkness alone can teach." Crystal's most distinctive practice was void walking, a refined art of perceiving reality through the absence of conventional sight. Those who sought her wisdom were first stripped of all light sources and led deep into the caves, where their ordinary senses proved useless against the perfect black. Her strangest teaching method involved what she called shadow tasting, using the tongue to detect minute variations in the cave's darkness. "Each shade of black has its own flavor," she would explain while leading students through chambers of varying depths of darkness. Sweet darkness marks safe passages, while bitter shadows warn of pitfalls. One midwinter night, when darkness reached its yearly peak, Crystal revealed her deepest wisdom. She gathered students in a chamber so dark that even breathing seemed to create too much disturbance. "Most fear the dark," she whispered while tracing invisible symbols in the air, never realizing that true sight begins only when the eyes surrender their dominion. Practice. The shadow sight method. Find a completely dark space where no light penetrates. Sit comfortably and close your eyes. Instead of trying to see through the darkness, practice letting the darkness see through you. Notice how your awareness expands when freed from visual dependence. Remember, the clearest vision comes not from straining against darkness, but from learning to perceive through it. For in the infinite expanse of existence, every soul must learn not just to walk in light, but to dance with shadow as an equal partner in the ballet of perception. In Crystal's lightless realm, those who surrendered their need for illumination discovered a profound truth. Darkness is not the absence of sight, but rather sight's deepest teacher. For in embracing the void, we learn to see with the eyes of eternity itself. Chapter 39. The Word Spinner's Reality. In the ancient city of Alexandria, where scrolls held secrets that could reshape worlds, lived an unusual linguistic alchemist named Tyler Williams. Unlike ordinary scribes who merely recorded words, Tyler had discovered the sacred art of spinning language into tangible reality through the precise arrangement of syllables and sounds. His remarkable workshop contained thousands of clay tablets arranged in spiraling patterns across the floor, each inscribed with phrases that seemed to hover just above the surface. Most believe words merely describe reality, he would say, while carefully etching characters that shimmered like heat waves, never realizing that reality itself is woven from the threads of conscious expression. Tyler's most distinctive practice was letter breathing, a subtle technique of inhaling common phrases and exhaling them transformed. Those who studied with him learned that a simple greeting like "good morning," when properly respired, could actually cause the sun to brighten visibly. His strangest ritual involved what he called syntax dancing, arranging people into living sentences that would physically manifest their meaning. "Stand here as the verb," he would instruct while positioning students, "and you there as the adjective." Feel how reality shifts as we rearrange your relationship. One autumn equinox, when the boundary between word and world grew especially permeable, Tyler revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a blank tablet and spoke a single syllable that caused ripples in the air itself. "Listen carefully," he whispered while the sound waves painted patterns in the dust. "True power lies not in what words say, but in how consciously we weave them into being." Practice the reality. Weaving method. Choose a single word that represents something you wish to manifest. Write it carefully while focusing on its essence rather than its form. Practice speaking the word not from your mouth, but from your entire being. Notice how reality seems to lean toward its meaning when expressed with full consciousness. Remember, the deepest magic comes not from manipulating language, but from becoming so pure in expression that your words naturally shape the world they touch. For in the infinite library of existence, every soul must learn not just to speak truth, but to become the living grammar of transformation itself. Through Tyler's ancient art, those who mastered conscious expression discovered that reality was not fixed, but fluid, a living poem waiting to be spoken into new forms by those who understood the alchemical power of precisely chosen words. Chapter 40. The Breathweaver's Heir. High in the mist-shrouded peaks of ancient Tibet, where the air grew so thin it seemed to whisper secrets, lived an extraordinary yogin named Ashley Martinez. Unlike traditional practitioners who focused solely on personal breathing, Ashley had discovered how to weave the very winds themselves into patterns that could transform entire valleys. Her remarkable meditation cave opened to a precipice where prayer flags danced in seemingly impossible ways, defying both gravity and prevailing winds. Most believe air is empty space, she would say while conducting invisible currents with graceful hand movements, never realizing that every breath contains the power to reshape mountains. Ashley's most distinctive practice was atmosphere dancing, a refined art of breathing in harmony with nature's own respiratory rhythm. Those who studied with her learned that a properly attuned exhale could call clouds from clear skies or part storm fronts with the precision of a master painter's brush. Her strangest teaching involved what she called wind listening, teaching students to hear the subtle differences between winds born of Earth's motion and those generated by consciousness itself. "Close your eyes," she would instruct while circulating air through the cave in spiraling patterns. "Can you taste which currents arise from thought and which from nature?" One winter solstice, when the barrier between breath and being grew especially thin, Ashley revealed her deepest wisdom. She gathered students at the cave's mouth as dawn painted the peaks gold. "Watch carefully," she whispered, taking a single breath that caused prayer flags across 7 valleys to flutter in perfect synchronization. "The air you breathe is the same air that feeds the stars. Learn its ways, and all of space becomes your meditation hall." Practice. The atmospheric weaving method. Find a place where you can feel natural air currents. Sit quietly and align your breathing with their rhythm. Practice extending your awareness with each exhale, as if your breath could reach beyond your body to touch distant clouds. Notice how the air around you begins responding to your conscious intention. Remember, true mastery comes not from controlling the winds, but from learning to dance so gracefully with the breath of existence that the atmosphere itself becomes your partner in creation. For in the infinite respiration of the cosmos, every soul must learn not just to breathe air, but to become one with the eternal wind that shapes all things. Through Ashley's subtle art, those who mastered atmospheric awareness discovered that each breath contained the power to conduct the grand symphony of wind and weather. Not through force, but through the delicate art of breathing in perfect harmony with the respiration of existence itself. Part 5. Journeys Beyond the Veil. Chapter 41. The Silencekeeper's Sound. In the secluded mountain monastery of ancient Nepal, where whispers could shatter stone and footsteps could start avalanches, lived an unusual guardian named Jonathan Chang. Unlike ordinary temple keepers who maintained external quiet, Jonathan had mastered the art of cultivating silence itself, a living force he treated as preciously as others might handle rare jewels. His remarkable sanctuary contained what monks called the Hall of Perfect Stillness, a chamber so quiet that visitors could hear their own thoughts taking shape. "Most believe silence is merely the absence of sound," he would say while moving with such grace that even his robes made no whisper. Never, realizing that true silence has texture, weight, and healing power all its own. Jonathan's most distinctive practice was quiet weaving, collecting pockets of pure silence from sacred spaces and binding them together into blankets of stillness that could calm even the most turbulent minds. Those seeking his wisdom first had to learn to walk without disturbing a single dust mote, for he taught that physical stillness was merely the first step toward deeper quiet. His strangest ritual involved what he called silence tasting, teaching students to distinguish between different qualities of quiet just as a tea master might discern subtle variations in flavor. "The silence before dawn," he would explain, while students sat motionless, carries a sweetness that midnight's quiet cannot match. One autumn evening, when the monastery grew especially still, Jonathan revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in the hall of perfect stillness and performed what appeared to be an elaborate ceremony, though he moved no muscle and spoke no word. "Watch carefully," he whispered, his voice somehow reaching minds without disturbing the air. "True silence is not empty. It is the fullness from which all wisdom emerges." Practice. The sacred stillness method. Find a space of relative quiet. Close your eyes and bring your attention to the layers of silence beneath surface sounds. Rather than trying to eliminate noise, practice discovering the profound quiet that exists between and behind all sounds. Notice how deeper silence begins revealing itself as your awareness grows more subtle. Remember, the purest silence comes not from suppressing sound, but from tuning into the eternal stillness that underlies all of existence. For in the infinite symphony of being, every soul must learn not just to be quiet, but to become intimate with the living silence that gives birth to all music. Through Jonathan's refined art, those who mastered stillness discovered that silence was not a void to be feared, but a presence to be cultivated, a living teacher whose whispered wisdom could transform consciousness itself. Chapter 42. The Pattern Walker's Design. In the sacred valley of Cappadocia, where Earth's geometric rhythms revealed themselves in honeycomb caves and spiral canyons, lived an extraordinary geometer named Nicole Foster. Unlike common mathematicians who measured only visible forms, Nicole had discovered how to read and dance with the living patterns that formed reality's hidden architecture. Her remarkable workshop was carved directly into the volcanic stone, its walls etched with overlapping circles and spirals that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. "Most see geometry as cold numbers," she would say while tracing patterns in the air that left shimmering trails, never realizing these shapes are the very choreography of creation itself. Nicole's most distinctive practice was form walking, physically moving through sacred geometric patterns drawn in sand or carved in stone. Those who studied with her learned that stepping through a properly constructed pentagon could align one's entire energy field with universal forces of growth and healing. Her strangest ritual involved what she called pattern breathing, inhaling the essence of one geometric form while exhaling another, creating transformative sequences that could restructure both consciousness and circumstance. Feel how the triangle breath awakens, while the sphere breath integrates, she would guide while students traced shapes with their breath. One spring equinox, when the mathematical matrix of existence grew especially visible, Nicole revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students in a natural amphitheater, where wind-carved rocks formed perfect golden spirals. "Watch carefully," she whispered, drawing a simple circle in the sand that caused identical circles to spontaneously appear across the valley floor. "The patterns we walk become the paths we create." Practice. The sacred geometry. Walking method. Draw a large circle on the ground and stand at its center. Feel how this simplest of shapes contains all others within its endless curve. Begin walking the circle's circumference with conscious steps, imagining each footfall sending ripples through the geometric web that underlies reality. Notice how your movement begins attracting harmonious patterns into your life circumstances. Remember, the deepest alignment comes not from studying geometry, but from becoming a living expression of universal design. For in the infinite architecture of existence, every soul must learn not just to observe patterns, but to dance in conscious partnership with the mathematical poetry that shapes all things. Through Nicole's subtle art, those who mastered pattern walking discovered that sacred geometry was not an abstract concept, but a living language of form, a divine blueprint waiting to be brought to life through the precise movements of awakened consciousness. Chapter 43. The Memory Healer's Forgetting. In the twilight caves of ancient Delphi, where echoes of the past lingered like morning mist, lived an unusual healer named Andrew Thompson. Unlike traditional medicine men who treated physical ailments, Andrew specialized in healing wounds that existed only in memory, teaching the sacred art of conscious forgetting. His remarkable healing chamber was lined with clay vessels, each containing what he called memory water, pools that could absorb painful recollections like a sponge draws moisture. Most believe healing requires holding tight to the past, he would say while stirring ripples in the sacred pools, never realizing that some memories are like poison arrows that must be gently withdrawn. Andrew's most distinctive practice was pattern dissolution, helping pilgrims identify recurring themes in their lives that no longer served growth. Those seeking his wisdom learned to recognize how old hurts created invisible prisons, and how strategic forgetting could open doors to freedom. His strangest ritual involved what he called memory washing, a precise method of cleansing traumatic experiences without erasing their wisdom. "Watch the water," he would instruct while performing the ceremony. "See how it accepts all things yet remains pure. Your consciousness can learn to do the same." One autumn evening, when the veil between past and present grew especially thin, Andrew revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students beside the largest memory pool as moonlight painted silver patterns on its surface. "Observe carefully," he whispered, dropping a single pebble that caused rippling circles to transform the water's entire surface. "The past changes not by fighting what was, but by gently releasing what need not be carried forward." Practice. The sacred forgetting method. Find a quiet place near flowing water. Close your eyes and bring to mind a memory that still carries emotional charge. Rather than trying to erase this memory, imagine it as a leaf floating on water's surface. Watch it drift naturally downstream, taking only the essence of its lesson while releasing the weight of its pain. Remember, true forgetting comes not from suppressing the past, but from learning to hold memories so lightly that they transform from burdens into wings. For in the infinite river of time, every soul must learn not just to remember, but to consciously release what no longer serves the journey ahead. Through Andrew's subtle art, those who mastered conscious forgetting discovered that healing came not from changing the past, but from changing their relationship to it, transforming even the deepest wounds into portals of awakening through the sacred alchemy of intentional release. Chapter 44. The Lightbender's Prism. In the crystal caves of ancient Macedonia, where rainbow light danced on alabaster walls, lived an unusual mystic named Daniel Rodriguez. Unlike ordinary lightworkers who merely studied illumination's outer qualities, Danielle had mastered the art of bending light's inner essence, revealing the hidden spectrums of understanding that existed within every ray of consciousness. Her remarkable workshop was lined with crystalline prisms suspended from gossamer threads, each cut to refract not just physical light, but the very frequencies of wisdom itself. "Most see only what their eyes report," she would say, while rotating a crystal that scattered 7 shades of insight across the cave walls. Never, realizing that every truth contains an entire rainbow of understanding waiting to be revealed. Danielle's most distinctive practice was wisdom splitting, using precisely angled crystals to separate seemingly simple insights into their component revelations. Those who studied with her learned that even the most basic spiritual truth, when properly refracted, could reveal an entire spectrum of deeper meaning. Her strangest ritual involved what she called light tasting, teaching students to distinguish between different qualities of illumination, just as a wine master might discern subtle notes in a vintage. "The light of dawn carries different wisdom than midday's brilliance," she would explain, while students learned to perceive each ray's unique spiritual flavor. One winter solstice, when the sun hung low and light grew especially precious, Danielle revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students in the heart chamber, where thousands of tiny prisms transformed a single candle flame into a cathedral of dancing lights. "Watch carefully," she whispered, rotating one master crystal that caused all others to shift in harmonic response. "Every truth you think you know contains infinite facets of understanding, if only you learn to bend your perception properly." Practice the light spectrum meditation. Find a quiet space where light plays on surfaces. Focus on a single ray and imagine it contains all possible wisdom within its beam. Rather than trying to grasp truth directly, practice seeing how it refracts into subtle shades of understanding. Notice how each angle of perception reveals new aspects of the same essential light. Remember, the deepest insight comes not from seeking one clear answer, but from learning to dance with truth's many-colored expressions. For in the infinite light of existence, every soul must learn not just to see, but to delight in the endless ways wisdom reveals itself through the prism of awakened consciousness. Through Danielle's refined art, those who mastered light bending discovered that truth was not a fixed beam to be captured, but a living rainbow to be experienced, a spectrum of revelation waiting to be unlocked through the sacred science of multidimensional perception. Chapter 45. The Soul Cartographer's Maps. In the hidden valleys of ancient Tibet, where reality's boundaries grew thin as morning mist, lived an extraordinary cartographer named Eric Chang. Unlike common map makers who charted only physical terrains, Eric had discovered how to map the invisible territories of consciousness itself. His peculiar workshop perched on stilts above sacred hot springs, walls covered not with ordinary maps but with shifting mandalas of light that seemed to breathe. These consciousness charts, as he called them, mapped not mountains and rivers, but the subtle currents of awareness that flowed through all existence. "Most think consciousness is formless," he would say, while adding luminous details to his strange atlases, never realizing it has its own geography, with peaks of enlightenment, valleys of integration, and dangerous swamps of delusion that must be carefully navigated. Eric's most distinctive technique involved what he called awareness triangulation, using 3 points of inner reference to precisely locate one's position in consciousness. Those who studied with him learned to recognize these cardinal directions of spirit: the peak of present awareness, the valley of ancient memory, and the horizon of emerging potential. His strangest ritual involved reality sketching, using specially prepared inks that changed color based on the observer's level of consciousness. "Notice how the map shifts," he would say as students watched yellow paths turn purple, then gold, showing how different states of awareness reveal different paths forward. One misty dawn, when the veils between inner and outer worlds grew especially transparent, Eric revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students at the edge of mapping, where his most mysterious chart hung suspended in morning light. "Watch carefully," he whispered, touching the parchment with a wetted finger. Where the water droplet fell, the entire map began slowly rearranging itself. The territory of consciousness is alive. Every soul's journey creates new paths for others to follow. Practice. The Inner Atlas Method. Sit quietly and imagine your consciousness as a vast landscape. Begin drawing an inner map, noting the familiar landmarks of your awareness, where you feel most awake, where confusion typically arises, where insight tends to dawn. Pay special attention to the paths connecting these inner locations. Just as a physical traveler learns to read terrain, practice reading the subtle signs that indicate which direction your awareness naturally wants to flow. Remember, the deepest cartography comes not from plotting fixed points, but from learning to navigate the living geography of consciousness. For in the infinite territory of awareness, every soul must learn not just to follow maps, but to become a wise tracker of their own awakening path. Through Eric's subtle art, those who mastered soul cartography discovered that consciousness was not an abstract void, but a living landscape of infinite possibility, a sacred territory waiting to be explored by those with eyes to see its hidden trails. Chapter 46. The Time Weaver's Threads. In the sacred valley of Eleusis, where past and future intertwined like silken strands upon an eternal loom, lived an extraordinary artisan named Lauren Santos. Unlike common weavers who worked with ordinary threads, Lauren had mastered the art of weaving with time itself, gathering wisdom moments from across centuries into tapestries of transformative insight. Her mystical workshop stood between 2 ancient olive trees, their trunks twisted together in a perfect figure 8, the symbol of infinity. Here hung her remarkable temporal loom, its frame carved from primordial cypress wood that existed outside conventional time. The threads she worked with seemed to shimmer and shift, each one containing memories, visions, and teachings gathered from different eras. "Most see time as a straight line," she would say while her fingers danced through the glowing strands, never realizing it spirals like a dance, with every moment touching countless others across the ages. Her most distinctive creations were what she called wisdom mandalas, circular tapestries where teachings from different centuries naturally flowed together, revealing timeless patterns of understanding. Lauren's strangest practice involved temporal knotting, a technique of tying together seemingly unrelated moments from across history to release their hidden connections. Those who studied with her learned to recognize how ancient wisdom constantly echoes through present experience, creating bridges of understanding across millennia. One twilight evening, when the barriers between epochs grew especially thin, Lauren revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students before an unfinished tapestry glowing with otherworldly light. "Watch carefully," she whispered, pulling a single golden thread that caused patterns from 1,000 years to shift and realign. Every moment contains all moments. We need only learn to weave them properly. Practice the timeline integration method. Find a quiet space and imagine yourself seated before the loom of time. Visualize 3 significant moments of insight from your past as glowing threads floating before you. Rather than seeing these moments as separate experiences, practice weaving them together into a single pattern of understanding. Notice how each thread strengthens and illuminates the others. Remember, the deepest wisdom comes not from accumulating separate moments of insight, but from learning to weave them into a seamless tapestry of understanding. For in the infinite fabric of time, every soul must learn, not just to collect experiences, but to bind them together into living patterns of transformation. Through Lauren's subtle art, those who mastered temporal weaving discovered that wisdom was not bound by time's apparent limitations, that every moment of insight could be gathered and woven into an eternal tapestry of awakening, transcending the illusion of sequential experience through the sacred science of cosmic pattern-making. Chapter 47. The Frequency Tuner's Harmony. In the resonant caves beneath the ancient temples of Delphi, where sacred vibrations echoed through crystalline chambers, lived an unusual sound healer named Adam Foster. Unlike ordinary musicians who played instruments, Adam had learned to tune the very frequencies of human energy fields, adjusting subtle oscillations that most could not perceive. His remarkable workshop contained no conventional instruments, only arrays of perfectly pitched crystal bowls, positioned according to sacred geometric patterns. The bowls remained untouched, yet hummed continuously in response to the energy fields flowing through the cave system. "Most hear only physical sound," he would say, while moving his hands through invisible currents, never realizing that all of existence vibrates in celestial harmonies waiting to be adjusted. Adam's most distinctive practice was what he called soul frequency calibration, using his heightened sensitivity to detect where a person's natural resonance had fallen out of tune with universal harmonies. Those who came for healing would sit in silence as he walked circles around them, his movements creating subtle shifts in their energy field's oscillation patterns. His strangest ritual involved harmonic activation, awakening dormant potentials by introducing precise vibrational codes that caused transformation at the quantum level. "Every soul has its perfect pitch," he would explain while demonstrating how slight adjustments could trigger profound shifts in consciousness. One autumn equinox, when the veil between dimensions grew especially thin, Adam revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in the echo chamber where frequencies from all realms converged. "Listen carefully," he whispered, making a single pure tone that caused every crystal bowl to resonate in perfect harmony. "The universe sings in infinite octaves. We need only tune ourselves to hear its song." Practice the frequency attunement method. Find a space of natural silence and become aware of the subtle vibrations already present in your field. Rather than trying to change anything, simply notice the quality of your own energetic resonance. Begin by making a gentle humming tone, allowing it to shift naturally until you feel it align with your body's true frequency. Practice sustaining this tone while visualizing golden light adjusting your field's oscillation to match universal harmony. Remember, the deepest healing comes not from forcing change, but from allowing your natural frequency to align with cosmic rhythms. For in the infinite symphony of existence, every soul must learn not just to make sound, but to become an instrument perfectly tuned to divine harmonies. Through Adam's refined art, those who mastered frequency tuning discovered that transformation was not about adding new energies, but about adjusting one's own vibration to resonate with the perfect patterns already singing through the cosmos. Chapter 48. The Dreamwalker's Journey. In the mist-shrouded mountains of ancient Nepal, where the boundary between sleeping and waking dissolved like morning frost, lived an extraordinary dream guide named Courtney Williams. Unlike common mystics who interpreted dreams, Courtney had mastered the art of consciously walking between dreams, guiding others through the subtle realms where transformation was born. Her mysterious sanctuary perched on the edge of a crystalline lake, its walls painted with shifting murals that seemed to move in moonlight. These dream gates, as she called them, served as anchors for consciousness as she led seekers through the veiled territories between worlds. Most think dreams are mere shadows of waking life, she would say while brewing strange teas from midnight blooming flowers, never realizing they are doorways through which the soul learns to fly. Her most distinctive technique involved what she called lucid bridging, teaching students to maintain awareness while crossing through multiple layers of dream consciousness. Courtney's strangest ritual involved reality testing, a practice of questioning the nature of experience in both sleeping and waking states. Those who studied with her learned to recognize the telltale signs that distinguished different levels of awareness, like the way text shifts when examined twice in dreams, or how dream hands cast no shadows. One moonless night, when the veils between states of consciousness grew especially thin, Courtney revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students by the mirror-still lake, its surface reflecting starlight like scattered diamonds. "Watch carefully," she whispered, touching the water with a feather. Where it rippled, reality itself seemed to bend. Dreams are not escapes from reality, but pathways to its deeper nature. Practice. The conscious dream method. Before sleep, light a single candle and gaze softly at its flame. As your eyes grow heavy, maintain awareness of the gradual transition between waking and dreaming. Don't grasp at consciousness. Let it flow like water while remaining gently aware. Throughout your day, pause regularly to question, "Am I dreaming now?" Look for subtle signs that distinguish different states of awareness. Practice carrying this inquiry into your dreams, creating bridges of consciousness between worlds. Remember, the deepest transformation comes not from controlling dreams, but from learning to walk consciously between different levels of reality. For in the infinite territory of consciousness, every soul must learn not just to dream, but to become a wise navigator of all states of being. Through Courtney's subtle art, those who mastered dream walking discovered that consciousness was not confined to waking life, but flowed like a great river through all states of existence. A sacred current, waiting to be navigated by those with the wisdom to maintain awareness through every transformation. Chapter 49. The Energy Sculptor's Forms. In the hidden valley of Cappadocia, where wind-carved stones held secrets of ethereal architecture, lived an extraordinary craftsman named Marcus Rodriguez. Unlike ordinary sculptors who worked with physical stone, Marcus had mastered the art of shaping the invisible energetic matrices that gave form to reality itself. His remarkable workshop stood within a honeycomb of ancient caves, their walls rippling with strange geometries that seemed to defy natural law. Here, Marcus worked with tools that appeared to be made of crystallized light, carving structures in the subtle realms that would later manifest in the physical world. "Most see only what has already taken form," he would say while his hands traced luminous patterns in the air, never realizing that all physical reality first exists as energy waiting to be shaped. His most distinctive creations were what he called probability sculptures, intricate energetic frameworks that guided manifestation along specific paths. Marcus's strangest practice involved etheric templating, creating invisible molds in the subtle dimensions that reality would naturally flow into, like water finding its course. Those who studied with him learned to perceive the ghostly architectures underlying all physical forms, seeing how intention could be used to reshape these hidden blueprints. One desert dawn, when the barrier between seen and unseen grew especially thin, Marcus revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students before an apparently empty alcove in his cave. "Watch carefully," he whispered, making a series of precise gestures that caused the air itself to crystallize into shimmering patterns. Every physical form begins as a dream in the mind of the universe. Practice. The intention molding method. Find a quiet space and close your eyes. Imagine your hands can perceive and shape the subtle energy fields around you. Begin by feeling the existing patterns, like a sculptor first touching clay to understand its nature. Rather than forcing change, practice creating gentle templates of intention, ethereal frameworks that reality can naturally flow into. Visualize your desired manifestation, first taking shape in these subtle realms before solidifying into physical form. Remember, the deepest manifestation comes not from struggling with matter, but from artfully shaping the energetic templates that precede physical reality. For in the infinite architecture of existence, every soul must learn not just to work with what is, but to sculpt the very possibilities from which reality emerges. Through Marcus's refined art, those who mastered energy sculpting discovered that creation was not about forcing physical change, but about learning to shape the invisible matrices through which the universe dreams itself into being. Chapter 50. The Oracle's Paradox. In the shimmering heat of ancient Delphi's forgotten Eastern temple, where reality rippled like water in moonlight, lived an unusual oracle named Angela Chang. Unlike traditional seers who claimed to know fixed futures, Angela had discovered the paradoxical art of prophecy that changed simply by being spoken. Her consultation chamber defied expectation. No smoke, no tripod, no theatrical trappings. Instead, visitors found her tending a peculiar garden where plants seemed to grow and die in accelerated cycles, their transformations reflecting the fluid nature of time itself. "Most believe the future is a fixed path," she would say while watching flower buds simultaneously bloom and wilt, never understanding that prophecy is a conversation with possibility. Her most distinctive practice involved what she called probability weaving, speaking predictions that created new threads in the tapestry of time. Those seeking guidance would often leave confused when Angela gave multiple, seemingly contradictory prophecies. "Your business will fail spectacularly," she might say, "unless it succeeds beyond imagination. Both futures exist until you dance with them." Her visitors learned that her words were not mere predictions, but invitations to engage consciously with unfolding potential. Her strangest ritual involved future tasting, having seekers sample fruits from her garden that ripened and decayed in impossible sequences. "Notice how each bite carries different possibilities," she would observe, as people experienced multiple timelines in single moments. This is how prophecy truly works. One twilight, when time's boundaries grew especially permeable, Angela revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students before a pool that reflected tomorrow's stars. "Watch carefully," she whispered, dropping a single pebble whose ripples moved backwards through time. "The future changes not just by what we do, but by how we observe its unfolding." Practice the fluid prophecy method. Sit quietly and hold a question about your future. Rather than seeking a single answer, allow multiple possibilities to arise simultaneously. Notice how each potential future shifts and transforms as you observe it. Practice speaking these possibilities aloud, feeling how the very act of articulating them creates new probability streams. Remember that prophecy is not about predicting a fixed future, but about engaging consciously with the flowing river of potential. Remember, the deepest foresight comes not from claiming to know what will be, but from learning to dance with what might become. For in the infinite ocean of possibility, every soul must learn not just to see the future, but to participate in its endless becoming. Through Angela's paradoxical art, those who mastered fluid prophecy discovered that the future was not a destination to be reached, but a living conversation between consciousness and potential, eternally shaped by the very act of its witnessing. Part 6. Pathways of Infinite Potential. Chapter 51. The Void Walker's Fullness. In the endless salt flats of ancient Persia, where white crystalline expanses merged with horizon until earth and sky became one emptiness, lived an extraordinary explorer named Jacob Thompson. Unlike common adventurers who sought to discover new lands, Jacob had mastered the art of exploring the vast territory that existed before thought itself arose. His simple dwelling was a circle of rough stones that seemed to float above the salt plain's mirror surface. Inside, visitors found not the expected maps and artifacts, but a space so pristinely empty it made them forget their own names. Here, Jacob taught others to navigate what he called the pregnant void, that infinite field of possibility that preceded all creation. Most fill their lives with endless doing, he would say, while sitting in such perfect stillness that birds would mistake him for stone, never realizing that all authentic creation springs from absolute emptiness. His most remarkable ability was helping others experience the boundless fertility hidden within apparent nothingness. Jacob's strangest teaching involved what he called void breathing, inhaling the weight of existence and exhaling until even breath itself dissolved. Those who studied with him learned that creativity came not from accumulating ideas, but from touching the spaciousness from which all ideas emerge. One windless dawn, when the salt-flat surface perfectly reflected the fading stars, Jacob revealed his deepest wisdom. He gathered students at the edge of his stone circle. "Watch carefully," he whispered, making a single gesture that seemed to open a window into infinite space. True fullness is found not in what we grasp, but in what we allow to emerge from nothing. Practice. The source. Space method. Find a place of minimal stimulation. Sit until your thoughts naturally settle, like dust in still water. Don't try to empty your mind. Instead, become aware of the vast space in which thoughts arise. Notice how creativity flows not from forcing ideas, but from touching the fertile void that precedes all creation. Let your awareness rest in this pre-thought space, allowing inspiration to bubble up spontaneously from emptiness. Remember, the deepest creativity comes not from filling ourselves with more, but from intimately knowing the boundless source from which all things emerge. For in the infinite territory of being, every soul must learn not just to create, but to rest in the pregnant emptiness that gives birth to all possibility. Through Jacob's subtle art, those who mastered void walking discovered that emptiness was not an absence to be feared, but the very womb of creation itself, an endless wellspring waiting to be known by those with the courage to release everything and simply be. Chapter 52. The Spiral Dancer's Ascent. In the twisting caverns beneath Mount Parnassus, where sacred geometries carved themselves into living stone, dwelled an extraordinary movement artist named Caitlin Foster. Unlike common dancers who performed for entertainment, Caitlin had mastered the sacred art of spiral dancing, using precise geometric movements to lift consciousness through dimensional gates. Her temple studio was a circular chamber where crystalline formations grew in perfect Fibonacci sequences. Here, initiates watched in wonder as Caitlin's sacred movement seemed to defy dimensional boundaries, her form appearing to exist on multiple planes simultaneously as she traced the hidden pathways between realms. Most see dance as mere motion through space, she would say, while demonstrating a complex spiral that seemed to pull reality into new configurations, never realizing that certain movement patterns are keys that unlock higher states of being. Her most remarkable achievement was teaching others to use their own bodies as living vessels for dimensional ascension. Caitlin's strangest practice involved what she called geometry breathing, synchronizing breath and movement to match the mathematical rhythms that governed reality's underlying structure. Those who learned her sacred patterns discovered that consciousness naturally expanded when body motion aligned with universal flow. One misty morning, when the cave's crystals hummed with unusual resonance, Caitlin revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students in a spiraling formation. "Watch carefully," she whispered, beginning a movement that seemed to draw energy upward through successive dimensional gates. The body itself is a ladder between worlds, each sacred gesture a step toward higher awareness. Practice. The kinetic elevation method. Stand in a quiet space and become aware of your body as a living antenna for consciousness. Begin moving in a slow spiral pattern, starting with your feet and allowing the motion to rise naturally through your form. Synchronize your breath with the spiral's expansion and contraction. Feel each turn of the spiral lifting your awareness to subtler levels of perception. Remember that sacred movement is not about achieving positions, but about tracing the geometric pathways that connect dimensions of consciousness. Remember, the deepest elevation comes not from leaving the body behind, but from allowing it to become a living bridge between worlds. For in the infinite dance of existence, every soul must learn not just to move through space, but to spiral through the very geometries of awakening itself. Through Caitlin's sacred art, those who mastered spiral dancing discovered that the body was not a barrier to transcendence, but a divine instrument for navigating the subtle architectures of higher consciousness. Each mindful movement a step on the spiral staircase of awakening. Chapter 53. The Quantum Gardener's Seeds. In the mist-shrouded valleys of ancient Kashmir, where reality shimmered between states like morning dew caught in spider's silk, lived an unusual cultivator named Gabriel Santos. Unlike ordinary gardeners who planted in solid earth, Gabriel tended what he called the probability gardens, ethereal fields where potential itself took root and bloomed into manifestation. His garden defied normal perception. Visitors would see flowers simultaneously budding and blooming in countless variations, fruits existing in multiple ripeness states at once, and seeds that sprouted into whatever the observer most needed to witness. The air hummed with the quantum song of infinite possibility. Most plant seeds expecting specific outcomes, he would say while carefully placing what appeared to be points of pure light into invisible soil, never understanding that each seed contains all possible futures until the moment of observation. His most remarkable talent was teaching others to nurture potential without collapsing its infinite possibilities too soon. Gabriel's strangest ritual involved what he called probability pruning, carefully tending the branches of possibility that grew from each planted intention. Those who studied with him learned that manifestation was not about forcing a single outcome, but about skillfully cultivating the most beneficial probability streams. One dawn, when the boundary between potential and manifestation grew especially thin, Gabriel revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students before a plot of seemingly empty earth. "Watch carefully," he whispered, planting a seed of pure possibility that bloomed into every flower that had ever existed or could exist, all simultaneously present yet individually distinct. True cultivation requires keeping the garden of potential alive even as you harvest its manifested fruits. Practice. The probability. Planting method. Find a quiet space and hold a seed of intention in your mind's eye. Rather than fixing it into a single desired outcome, allow it to remain in a state of pure potential, alive with all possible manifestations. Practice tending this potential by giving it your attention while resisting the urge to force it into particular forms. Notice how different possibilities strengthen or fade based on your quality of awareness. Remember that manifestation is not about controlling outcomes, but about nurturing the most beneficial possibilities into natural emergence. Remember, the deepest creation comes not from forcing reality into predetermined shapes, but from learning to dance with the infinite potential hidden within each moment's fertile soil. For in the quantum garden of existence, every soul must learn not just to plant seeds, but to cultivate the very fabric of possibility itself. Through Gabriel's subtle art, those who mastered probability gardening discovered that reality was not a fixed terrain to be conquered, but a living field of potential waiting to be skillfully tended into manifestation by those who understood the delicate art of quantum cultivation. Chapter 54. The Essence Distiller's Purity. In the subterranean chambers beneath ancient Alexandria's great library, where knowledge hung thick as incense in lamplit halls, worked an unusual alchemist named Vanessa Rodriguez. Unlike common distillers who extracted essences from herbs and flowers, Vanessa had mastered the art of distilling pure truth from the murky waters of human experience. Her laboratory contained no ordinary alembics or retorts. Instead, crystalline vessels of impossible geometry captured and refined the very essence of moments, emotions, and insights. Seekers brought her their confusion, tangled situations, difficult decisions, complex emotions, and watched in wonder as she reduced them to their crystalline truth. Most try to understand life by adding more thoughts, she would say while adjusting the sacred flames beneath her clarity vessels, never realizing that wisdom comes from removing everything that isn't essential. Her most remarkable talent was helping others find the single drop of truth hidden within oceans of complexity. Vanessa's strangest process involved what she called reverse distillation, starting with a pure truth and showing how it had become clouded by layers of human misunderstanding. Those who studied with her learned that clarity came not from gathering more knowledge, but from learning to recognize what could be released. One midnight, when the air itself seemed to hold secrets waiting to be refined, Vanessa revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around her most precious vessel, clear as diamond, but flowing like water. "Watch carefully," she whispered, dropping in a seeker's confused tale of loss and transformation. The story swirled, separated, and finally yielded a single luminous drop that contained all its meaning. Truth is not found by adding wisdom, but by removing everything that obscures it. Practice. The clarity extraction method. Sit quietly with a situation that feels complex or unclear. Rather than trying to solve it by adding more thoughts, imagine it as a cloudy liquid in a sacred vessel. With each breath, allow one layer of unnecessary detail to evaporate away. Notice how clarity naturally emerges not through effort, but through gentle release of what isn't essential. Continue until only the pure truth remains, simple, clear, and undeniable as a drop of spring water. Remember, the deepest understanding comes not from accumulating more complexity, but from learning to recognize and release everything that isn't truth itself. For in the great distillery of existence, every soul must learn not just to gather wisdom, but to extract the pure essence of understanding from the rich but clouded waters of experience. Through Vanessa's subtle art, those who mastered essence distillation discovered that truth was not a complex philosophy to be constructed, but a pure drop of clarity waiting to be revealed when all else was gently stripped away. Chapter 55. The Fractal Reader's Infinity. In the crystalline caves beneath the ancient city of Petra, where microscopic patterns in stone mirrored the vast desert constellations above, lived an unusual mystic named Ian Chang. Unlike ordinary observers who studied either the very small or very large, Ian had mastered the sacred art of fractal reading, seeing how every tiny detail contained perfect reflections of the cosmic whole. His meditation chamber was a natural grotto where mineral formations repeated their patterns at every scale, from barely visible crystals to massive stalactites. Here, seekers watched in wonder as Ian revealed how a single grain of sand contained the same geometric principles that governed entire galaxies. Most see reality as divided between microscopic and cosmic, he would say, while studying the intricate patterns within a dewdrop, never realizing that the universe's greatest secrets are written equally in the smallest petal and the largest nebula. His remarkable gift was teaching others to recognize divine signatures repeated at every scale of existence. Ian's strangest practice involved what he called infinite zooming, using specialized meditation techniques to mentally travel between layers of reality's recurring patterns. Those who learned his methods discovered that consciousness could shift between scales of observation, while recognizing the same fundamental truths expressed at each level. One dawn, when light filtering through crystal formations cast mathematical shadows on the cave walls, Ian revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a simple quartz crystal. "Watch carefully," he whispered, guiding their perception deeper and deeper into its structure until they saw entire universes contained within its lattices. Every fragment contains the whole, and the whole exists in every fragment. This is the secret pattern of existence itself. Practice. The fractal perception method. Find a quiet space and choose any natural object, a leaf, stone, or flower. Begin by observing its outer form, then gradually narrow your focus to examine its finest visible details. Notice how patterns repeat and reflect at different scales. Allow your perception to shift between seeing the object as an isolated form and recognizing how its structures mirror larger patterns in nature. Remember that true understanding comes not from analyzing separate scales of reality, but from recognizing the unified principles that manifest at every level. Remember, the deepest wisdom comes not from accumulating disconnected knowledge, but from recognizing how a single truth expresses itself through infinite variations. For in the fractal garden of existence, every soul must learn not just to observe reality's different scales, but to perceive the divine mathematics that weaves all scales into one seamless whole. Through Ian's subtle art, those who mastered fractal reading discovered that the universe was not divided into separate levels of large and small, but was a single pattern endlessly reflecting itself through the mirrors of scale and dimension, each part containing and revealing the infinite whole. Chapter 56. The Paradox Holder's Balance. In the floating monasteries of ancient Tibet, where mountain peaks pierced clouds and reality danced between opposites like snowflakes in wind, lived an unusual wisdom keeper named Jasmine Williams. Unlike traditional teachers who sought to resolve contradictions, Jasmine had mastered the art of holding opposing truths in perfect balance, finding power in their eternal dance. Her meditation hall defied conventional architecture, somehow both vast and intimate, empty yet full, ancient while perpetually new. Seekers who found their way to her sanctuary often arrived seeking answers, only to discover the profound wisdom of embracing questions. "Most try to solve paradoxes," she would say, while balancing impossible objects in configurations that challenged perception, never understanding that truth lives in the tension between seeming opposites. Her remarkable gift was teaching others to find strength not in resolution, but in the creative friction of contradictory truths. Jasmine's strangest practice involved what she called paradox weaving, intentionally bringing opposing forces into such intimate proximity that they generated new forms of understanding. Those who studied with her learned that wisdom came not from choosing between alternatives, but from dancing in the fertile space between them. One twilight, when reality's boundaries grew especially permeable, Jasmine revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students in a chamber that seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously. "Watch carefully," she whispered, as she demonstrated how light could be both particle and wave, how silence could contain all sound, how emptiness could birth fullness. The universe speaks in paradox. Our task is not to solve its riddles, but to become spacious enough to hold them. Practice the paradox-holding method. Find a quiet space and bring to mind two seemingly contradictory truths you've encountered in life. Rather than trying to resolve them, imagine creating a vast internal space where both can exist simultaneously. Notice how wisdom emerges, not from choosing between them, but from their dynamic interaction. Practice expanding your consciousness to hold increasingly challenging paradoxes without seeking resolution. Remember that the deepest understanding comes not from eliminating contradiction, but from becoming spacious enough to contain multiplicity. Remember, the highest wisdom comes not from finding answers, but from learning to dance with questions that have no final resolution. For in the great mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to solve paradoxes, but to find freedom in their eternal embrace. Through Jasmine's subtle art, those who mastered paradox holding discovered that truth was not a single point to be grasped, but an infinite dance of seeming opposites, each giving life and meaning to the other in an eternal symphony of creative tension. Chapter 57. The Reality Architect's Blueprint. In the hidden valleys of ancient Cappadocia, where cities were carved from living rock and reality itself seemed shaped by conscious design, lived an unusual architect named Alexander Thompson. Unlike ordinary builders who worked with stone and wood, Alexander had mastered the sacred art of constructing experiential spaces that transformed consciousness. His workshop contained no conventional tools, but rather crystalline models that somehow captured the geometry of awakening itself. Those who entered his structures often emerged transformed, having encountered precisely the challenges and revelations their souls required for growth. "Most builders arrange physical materials," he would say while adjusting the luminous lines of his metaphysical blueprints, never realizing that space itself can be engineered to cultivate specific states of consciousness. His remarkable talent was designing environments that naturally evoked profound spiritual insights in those who inhabited them. Alexander's strangest creations were his temples of becoming, spaces that seemed to exist partially outside ordinary reality, where the architecture itself guided visitors through carefully crafted sequences of realization. Their impossible geometries challenged not just perception, but the very structure of mind itself. One dawn, when the desert light painted sacred equations across his workshop walls, Alexander revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a shimmering model that somehow contained multiple dimensions of experience. "Watch carefully," he whispered, showing how subtle adjustments to the underlying pattern could reshape entire fields of possibility. Reality is not fixed. It is architecture waiting to be consciously designed. Practice. The reality construction method. Find a quiet space and close your eyes. Begin by imagining yourself as a master architect of experience. Visualize the blueprint of your current reality, not just its physical structure, but its emotional textures, mental patterns, and spiritual frequencies. Now, with the precision of a sacred geometer, begin making subtle adjustments to this blueprint. Notice how shifting one element creates ripples through the entire design. Practice until you can feel how consciousness itself can be architecturally shaped through intentional design. Remember, the deepest transformation comes not from forcing change, but from learning to work with the underlying patterns that shape experience. For in the great workshop of existence, every soul must learn not just to inhabit reality, but to participate consciously in its construction. Through Alexander's subtle art, those who mastered reality architecture discovered that consciousness was not just an observer of existence, but a master builder holding the sacred blueprints of creation itself. Chapter 58. The Dimension Walker's Portal. In the shimmering oases of ancient Persia, where reality rippled like heat waves across desert sands, lived an unusual guardian named Natalie Foster. Unlike ordinary guides who led travelers through physical terrain, Natalie had mastered the sacred art of opening doorways between dimensions of consciousness. Her sanctuary was a peculiar courtyard where 7 archways stood in impossible arrangements, each somehow leading to the same destination, yet revealing different aspects of truth. Those who passed through her portals often found themselves experiencing multiple versions of reality simultaneously, each teaching its own profound lesson. Most see doorways as simple passages between here and there, she would say, while tracing ethereal symbols in the air that seemed to bend space itself, never realizing that every threshold contains infinite potential paths. Her remarkable gift was teaching others to recognize and step through the hidden portals that existed in every moment. Natalie's strangest practice involved what she called attention walking, using focused awareness to create temporary bridges between parallel possibilities. Those who learned her methods discovered that consciousness itself was the key that unlocked doors between realities. One twilight, when the boundary between worlds grew especially thin, Natalie revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students before an ordinary mud brick wall. "Watch carefully," she whispered, as her focused attention transformed the solid surface into a luminous gateway. Reality's doors are always open to those who know how to look. The walls between worlds are made of nothing but unexamined assumptions. Practice. The portal perception method. Find a quiet corner and choose any ordinary doorway or threshold. Begin by seeing it as a simple passage. Then gradually expand your awareness to sense the multiple possibilities that exist on its other side. Notice how your attention itself can transform fixed boundaries into fluid portals. Allow your consciousness to rest at the threshold without immediately passing through. Remember that true dimension walking comes not from forcing passage, but from recognizing the doorways that already exist within each moment of awareness. Remember, the deepest journeys happen not through physical movement, but through shifts in perception that reveal reality's infinite doors. For in the great maze of existence, every soul must learn not just to walk between worlds, but to recognize that consciousness itself is the master key that opens all portals. Through Natalie's subtle art, those who mastered dimension walking discovered that reality was not a single fixed path, but an infinite network of interconnected doorways, each threshold an invitation to step into expanded possibilities of being. Chapter 59. The Infinity Mirror's Reflection. In the crystal caves beneath ancient Kashmir, where polished walls created endless reflections that challenged the nature of reality itself, lived an unusual mirror maker named Julian Chang. Unlike traditional craftsmen who created simple reflecting surfaces, Julian had discovered how to craft mirrors that revealed the infinite nature of consciousness. His workshop contained a circular chamber of perfectly aligned mirrors, each angled slightly differently to create an endless cascade of reflections that seemed to pierce the veil between dimensions. Those who entered often lost all sense of where their own image ended, and the infinite reflections began. Most see mirrors as tools for viewing appearances, he would say while making microscopic adjustments to his crystalline surfaces, never realizing they can be portals into the true nature of self. His remarkable gift was showing others how to use recursive reflection to dissolve the illusion of separate identity. Julian's strangest creation was what he called the Hall of Dissolving Forms, a spiraling pathway lined with mirrors that somehow showed viewers progressively deeper layers of their own awareness. As people walked the path, each reflection revealed something more fundamental than the last, until only pure consciousness remained. One moonless night, when the cave's darkness made the mirrors seem like windows into eternity, Julian revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in the heart of his mirrored chamber. "Watch carefully," he whispered, as he demonstrated how to follow one's reflection through infinite regression, until the observer and observed became one seamless field of awareness. The self you think you are is just the first of endless reflections. True nature lies in the witnessing of all reflections at once. Practice. The infinite reflection method. Find a quiet space with two mirrors facing each other. Position yourself to see the endless tunnel of reflections created between them. Rather than focusing on any single image, allow your awareness to expand and include all reflections simultaneously. Notice how the sense of a solid, separate self begins to dissolve as you witness the infinite regression of images. Remember that each reflection represents a layer of consciousness observing itself. Remember, the deepest realization comes not from identifying with any particular reflection, but from recognizing yourself as the aware space in which all reflections arise. For in the great mirror of existence, every soul must learn not just to see its reflection, but to become the infinite awareness that contains all possible reflections. Through Julian's subtle art, those who mastered infinite reflection discovered that identity was not a fixed point to be grasped, but an endless dance of consciousness beholding itself through infinite dimensions of self-knowing. Chapter 60. The Probability Surfer's Wave. In the shimmering coastal temples of ancient Polynesia, where reality seemed as fluid as the ocean itself, lived an unusual navigator named Morgan Rodriguez. Unlike traditional wayfinders who read only physical currents, Morgan had mastered the sacred art of surfing the invisible waves of possibility that flowed beneath ordinary existence. His outrigger canoe contained no conventional navigation tools, but rather a collection of iridescent shells that somehow captured the shimmer of potential futures. Those who sailed with him noticed how his vessel seemed to glide through spaces where probability itself grew thin, catching perfect waves of manifestation that others never saw. "Most sailors chase the waves they can see," he would say while adjusting his craft's position with otherworldly precision, never realizing that every moment contains countless unseen swells of possibility. His remarkable talent was feeling the subtle currents of probability and positioning consciousness to ride them toward optimal outcomes. Morgan's strangest skill was what he called future swimming, diving beneath the surface of the present moment to feel the undertow of emerging possibilities. His students learned to sense how different choices created ripples that could build into waves of transformation. One dawn, when the boundary between actual and possible grew especially fluid, Morgan revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students at the edge where ocean met sky. "Watch carefully," he whispered, demonstrating how to feel the pulse of probability beneath their feet. "Reality is not fixed like land. It flows like water. Learn to read its currents, and you can surf any wave of possibility into being." Practice the probability wave method. Find a quiet place and imagine yourself at the ocean's edge. Begin by feeling the rhythm of your breath like waves lapping at the shore of awareness. As you settle into this rhythm, sense the subtle currents of possibility flowing through your present moment. Notice how different potential futures create their own unique vibrations, like swells building far out at sea. Practice feeling which waves carry the most promising possibilities. Remember that mastery comes not from forcing outcomes, but from skillfully positioning yourself to catch the natural waves of emergence. Remember, the deepest navigation happens not through controlling reality, but through learning to feel and flow with its inherent patterns of becoming. For in the great ocean of existence, every soul must learn not just to stay afloat, but to surf the very waves of creation itself. Through Morgan's subtle art, those who mastered probability surfing discovered that reality was not a fixed shoreline, but an endless ocean of possibility waiting for consciousness to catch its perfect wave. Part 7. The Sacred Balance of Being. Chapter 61. The Consciousness Ventner's Wine. In the terraced valleys of ancient Macedonia, where time itself seemed to flow like sweet wine down stone-carved channels, lived an unusual vintner named Page Santos. Unlike ordinary winemakers who merely fermented grapes, Page had mastered the sacred art of aging consciousness itself, transforming raw moments into vessels of crystallized wisdom. Her unusual cellar contained not just clay amphoras of wine, but spherical chambers she called moment vessels, each somehow capturing and maturing specific experiences until they yielded their deepest essence. Those who drank from her special offerings often found themselves tasting not just wine, but the distilled truth of existence itself. Most vintners focus only on fermenting fruit, she would say, while examining the luminous contents of her vessels through candlelight, never realizing that every experience contains hidden nectar waiting to be aged into wisdom. Her remarkable gift was teaching others how to let time transform their raw experiences into something profound and clarifying. Page's strangest practice involved what she called wisdom aging, allowing difficult moments to mature like fine wine until their harsh edges mellowed into smooth insight. Her students learned that rushing to understand life's challenges was like drinking unfermented juice. The sweetness of wisdom required patient aging. One harvest evening, when the air was heavy with ripening possibility, Paige revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students in her underground aging chamber. "Watch carefully," she whispered, holding up a crystal vessel that seemed to contain pure light rather than liquid. "Life's most precious vintage comes not from grapes, but from fully aged awareness. Every moment you live can become a drop of enlightened wine if you know how to age it properly." Practice. The consciousness aging method. Find a quiet space and choose a significant experience from your life that still feels young or unresolved. Imagine this experience as fresh grape juice in a sacred vessel. Rather than trying to immediately understand or change it, allow it to age naturally in the cellar of your awareness. Notice how time itself begins to transform its character, just as fermentation transforms juice to wine. Remember that wisdom emerges not from forcing insight, but from allowing experience to mature at its own perfect pace. Remember, the deepest transformations happen not through immediate processing, but through the patient art of aging consciousness until it yields its hidden essence. For in the great vineyard of existence, every soul must learn not just to live moments, but to age them into the wine of awakening. Through Paige's subtle art, those who mastered consciousness vintning discovered that life was not just a sequence of experiences, but an endless opportunity to age the raw juice of happening into the sacred wine of understanding. Chapter 62. The Hologram Reader's Hole. In the crystalline caves beneath ancient Tibet, where shards of sacred mirrors lay scattered like fallen stars, lived an unusual truth-seeker named Caleb Williams. Unlike traditional scholars who studied complete texts, Caleb had mastered the mystical art of reading entire universal truths from the smallest fragments of existence. His meditation chamber contained what others considered mere broken pieces: a chip of pottery, a torn leaf, a grain of sand. Yet through each fragment, Caleb could perceive the complete pattern of creation, like one who sees an entire ocean reflected in a single drop of water. "Most seekers search endlessly for complete teachings," he would say, while holding a tiny shard of crystal to the light, never realizing that every fragment contains the whole universe encoded within it. His remarkable gift was showing others how the smallest details of life revealed the greatest cosmic principles. Caleb's strangest practice involved what he called fractal contemplation, spending days studying a single fallen feather or cracked stone until its hidden patterns revealed the architecture of all existence. His students were often startled to discover that the veins of a leaf perfectly mirrored the branching patterns of galaxies. One wind-swept morning, when light scattered through crystal dust turned the cave into 1,000 mirrored prism, Caleb revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a broken piece of pottery. "Watch carefully," he whispered, tracing its jagged edges with reverent fingers. "This isn't just a shard. It's a key to understanding all of creation. The way it broke follows the same divine mathematics that shapes flowing rivers and growing trees." Practice. The fragment wisdom method. Choose a small, seemingly insignificant object, a fallen leaf, a grain of sand, or even a crack in the wall, Examine it with complete attention, as if it were a sacred text containing all wisdom. Notice how its patterns echo larger truths. Allow your perception to expand until you recognize how this tiny fragment reflects universal principles. Remember that nothing is truly separate or incomplete. Each part contains the mathematics of the whole. Remember, the deepest insights come not from gathering more pieces, but from seeing how each piece perfectly contains the whole. For in the great hologram of existence, every soul must learn not just to collect wisdom, but to read it in every fragment of experience. Through Caleb's subtle art, those who mastered fragment reading discovered that wholeness was not found by assembling all pieces, but by recognizing how each piece already contained the perfect reflection of everything. Chapter 63. The Metamorphosis Guides Butterfly. In the misty bamboo forests of ancient China, where transformation was written in the dance of falling leaves, lived an unusual guardian named Sierra Chang. Unlike ordinary caretakers who tended only physical forms, Sierra had mastered the sacred art of shepherding souls through their most profound metamorphoses. Her sanctuary contained no ordinary cocoons, but rather crystalline chambers she called chrysalis shells, each somehow suspended between what was and what would be. Those who sought her guidance came when they felt the first tremors of impending transformation, knowing their old self was ready to dissolve. Most fear the moment when the caterpillar must surrender to the soup of becoming, she would say while tending her luminous chambers, never realizing that formlessness is the bridge to their most beautiful expression. Her remarkable gift was helping others trust the stage when identity itself melts into pure potential. Sierra's strangest service involved what she called death midwifery, standing witness as seekers allowed cherished aspects of themselves to dissolve completely, holding space until new forms emerged from the sacred soup of possibility. Her students learned that true transformation required not just change, but the courage to become temporarily formless. One misty dawn, when dew drops held the secret geometry of metamorphosis, Sierra revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around a chrysalis that seemed to pulse with inner light. "Watch carefully," she whispered, as the shell grew transparent, revealing the miracle within. "This is not destruction, but sacred alchemy. When you fully surrender who you are, you create the conditions for who you might become." Practice. The Sacred Dissolution Method. Find a quiet sanctuary and identify an aspect of yourself ready for transformation. Rather than forcing change, imagine this part of you willingly dissolving into pure potential, like a caterpillar surrendering to its own reinvention. Allow yourself to rest in the formless space between identities, trusting that new patterns will emerge in their own time. Remember that transformation happens not through effort, but through courageous surrender to the process of becoming. Remember, the deepest changes occur not through adding or subtracting, but through complete metamorphosis. For in the great chrysalis of existence, every soul must learn not just to change, but to wholly dissolve and reform in the image of its highest potential. Through Sierra's subtle art, those who mastered sacred transformation discovered that identity was not fixed like mountain stone, but fluid like the mystery of butterfly dreams waiting to take wing. Chapter 64. The Unity Dancers 1. In the sacred caves of ancient Cappadocia, where honeycomb chambers were carved by hands that understood divine geometry, lived an extraordinary movement artist named Austin Foster. Unlike common dancers who merely performed steps, Austin had mastered the mystical art of embodying cosmic unity through sacred motion. His unusual practice chamber was carved in a perfect dodecahedron, its 12 faces adorned with golden spirals that seemed to pulse with living mathematics. Those who watched him dance swore his movements somehow merged the many into one, as if his body wrote equations of unity in the air itself. "Most see separation everywhere," he would say while tracing complex geometric patterns with his bare feet, never realizing that multiplicity is just unity in motion. His remarkable gift was showing others how to dance beyond the illusion of division into the reality of oneness. Austin's strangest ritual involved what he called geometry walking, moving through space in patterns that followed the hidden mathematics of creation until observers could no longer distinguish dancer from dance. His students learned that true unity wasn't an idea to be understood, but a reality to be embodied. One twilight evening, when shadows and light played as one across the cave walls, Austin revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in the heart of his geometric sanctuary. "Watch carefully," he whispered, beginning a slow spiral that seemed to bend space itself. "Each movement is not separate from the last. There is only one dance expressing itself through endless forms, just as there is only one consciousness playing through all beings." Practice. The Unity Movement Method. Stand in a quiet space and begin a slow turning motion, like a human compass drawing a circle. Feel how each point of the circle exists because of all other points. Continue this motion while expanding your awareness to include everything in your field of perception. Allow your movement to reveal how all apparent separations dissolve into a single flowing reality. Remember that unity is not something to achieve, but something to remember through direct experience. Remember, the deepest truth is not found through thinking about oneness, but through becoming the living geometry of unity itself. For in the great dance of existence, every soul must learn not just to observe the one, but to embody it through the sacred mathematics of being. Through Austin's subtle art, those who mastered geometric movement discovered that separation was merely a story told by minds that had forgotten they were all expressions of the same infinite dance. Chapter 65. The Emptiness Filler's Void. In the barren salt flats of ancient Persia, where vast white emptiness stretched to every horizon, lived an unusual desert mystic named Brooke Thompson. Unlike traditional teachers who offered wisdom, Brooke had mastered the paradoxical art of finding infinite fullness within absolute emptiness. Her meditation space was simply a circle drawn in salt, containing nothing but space itself. Those seeking her guidance were often disappointed at first, expecting to find elaborate teachings or sacred objects. Instead, they found only Brooke sitting in perfect stillness, somehow radiating more presence from her emptiness than others managed with lifetimes of accumulated knowledge. "Most fill their lives desperately with things," she would say, while brushing away even her own footprints from the salt, never realizing that creative power flows not from what we grasp, but from what we leave perfectly empty. Her remarkable gift was showing others how to source unlimited potential from the void itself. Brooke's strangest practice involved what she called emptiness cultivation, helping others systematically remove every trace of striving until they discovered the limitless fullness hiding within their own silence. Her students were startled to find that the less they carried, the more capacity they had for spontaneous creation. One crystalline dawn, when the salt plains shimmered like a sea of light, Brooke revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students at the edge of her empty circle. "Watch carefully," she whispered as she stepped into the space and seemed to become translucent. "This isn't absence, it's pure potential. When you empty yourself completely, you become a vessel for infinite possibility." Practice. The creative void method. Find a space free from distraction and gradually empty your mind of all content, thoughts, plans, memories, desires. Don't replace them with anything. Simply rest in the pristine awareness that remains. Allow yourself to experience how this emptiness isn't blank or barren, but pregnant with unlimited creative potential. Remember that true power comes not from accumulating more, but from creating space for the infinite to emerge. Remember, the deepest fulfillment comes not from gathering treasure, but from becoming an empty vessel through which the universe can pour its limitless abundance. For in the great void of existence, every soul must learn not just to be filled, but to become the space in which all things are born. Through Brooke's subtle art, those who mastered emptiness discovered that what appeared most barren to ordinary eyes was actually a boundless wellspring of creation, waiting only for those courageous enough to release everything and receive it. Chapter 66. The Divine Comedian's Joke. In the temple district of ancient Alexandria, where wisdom and folly danced as intimate partners, lived an unusual court jester named Garrett Rodriguez. Unlike ordinary entertainers who merely amused, Garrett had mastered the sacred art of using laughter to crack open the gates of enlightenment. His performance space was a circular courtyard where marble pillars bore curious inscriptions, profound philosophical truths written in the form of jokes. Those who came expecting simple entertainment found themselves experiencing unexpected awakening between fits of divine laughter. Most seekers approach truth with such gravity they sink beneath its weight, he would say, while juggling celestial spheres made of light, never realizing that the cosmos itself laughs in the language of joy. His remarkable gift was helping others discover that profound wisdom and playful delight were secret siblings. Garrett's strangest ritual involved what he called laughing meditation, guiding students through increasingly absurd contemplations until the artificial boundary between sacred and silly dissolved completely. His apprentices learned that enlightenment wasn't a serious journey up a mountain, but a cosmic joke whose punchline was existence itself. One starlit evening, when the desert air hummed with hidden mirth, Garrett revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students beneath the smiling moon. "Watch carefully," he whispered, assuming an exaggerated pose of extreme spiritual solemnity before dissolving into infectious laughter. "The universe isn't a problem to be solved, but a joke to be enjoyed. Those who get it laugh. Those who don't, study." Practice the sacred laughter method. Find a quiet space and recall your most serious spiritual questions. Rather than struggling to answer them, Allow yourself to see their inherent absurdity. Let each profound inquiry tickle you until wisdom and humor become one sensation. Allow yourself to experience how enlightenment might be closer to cosmic laughter than solemn contemplation. Remember that the deepest truths often hide in the spaces between our certainties, waiting to surprise us with divine delight. Remember, the highest wisdom comes not through grave pursuit, but through lightness of being. For in the great comedy of existence, every soul must learn not just to seek truth, but to dance with it in joyful celebration of life's magnificent absurdity. Through Garrett's subtle art, those who mastered sacred humor discovered that the path to enlightenment wasn't a stern march toward seriousness, but a playful skip into the heart of divine laughter, where wisdom and delight reveal themselves as one eternal smile. Chapter 67. The Silent Speaker's Word. In the hidden valley monasteries of ancient Tibet, where wisdom passed through generations without a single spoken syllable, lived an extraordinary teacher named Marissa Chang. Unlike traditional masters who taught through discourse, Marissa had mastered the mystical art of transmission through pure presence alone. Her teaching hall contained not a single scroll or written word. Instead, its walls were polished to mirror-like perfection, reflecting only the absolute truth of what stood before them. Those seeking her guidance would often speak at length of their questions and struggles, while Marissa simply sat in radiant stillness, her silence somehow more eloquent than any reply. "Words build walls between hearts," she would write in the dust, only to brush it away moments later, "while presence builds bridges." Her remarkable gift was showing others how truth flows most purely through the spaces between words, where mind touches mind directly. Marissa's strangest practice involved what she called silence gathering, collecting disciples in her hall before dawn, where they would sit for hours as she moved among them like mist, somehow conveying profound teachings without disturbing the sacred quiet. Her students gradually discovered that the deepest wisdom wasn't heard through ears, but felt through being. One windless morning, when even the mountain peaks held their breath, Marissa revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered her students in perfect stillness, her presence filling the hall like invisible incense. Without gesture or sound, she transmitted the understanding that all words are merely fingers pointing at the moon of truth, useful for direction, but never to be mistaken for the luminous reality itself. Practice. The wordless transmission method. Find a quiet space and release the need to fill silence with sound. Let your presence expand naturally, like ripples on still water. Notice how communication continues even when language ceases. Allow yourself to experience how wisdom flows most purely when the mind becomes still enough to receive it directly. Remember that the deepest truths are not spoken, but realized in the space where words dissolve into pure knowing. Remember, true teaching happens not through explanation, but through transmission of being itself. For in the great silence of existence, every soul must learn not just to speak truth, but to become it so completely that words become unnecessary. Through Marissa's subtle art, those who mastered presence discovered that beneath the endless chatter of minds searching for understanding lay an ocean of silent wisdom, waiting only for those quiet enough to receive its boundless teaching through the eloquence of being. Chapter 68. The Witness Walker's Observation. In the misty mountains of ancient Nepal, where reality and illusion danced as equal partners, lived an unusual temple observer named Preston Santos. Unlike traditional monks who withdrew from life, Preston had mastered the paradoxical art of complete participation without attachment. His meditation spot was wherever he happened to be, marketplace, mountaintop, or monastery. Those who followed him were puzzled by how he could be fully engaged in every activity while maintaining perfect detachment, as if simultaneously actor and audience in life's grand play. Most people are either lost in experience or hiding from it, he would say, while effortlessly moving through crowded streets like water, never realizing that true wisdom comes from being both the dancer and the witness of the dance. His remarkable gift was showing others how to live with total presence while maintaining the perspective of the unchanging observer. Preston's most intriguing practice involved what he called engaged witnessing, teaching students to participate fully in intense activities while maintaining unwavering awareness of their own awareness. His apprentices were amazed to discover they could be deeply involved in life's drama without becoming entangled in its illusions. One autumn evening, as temple bells echoed through valleys painted golden by sunset, Preston revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students at a bustling festival and demonstrated how to be simultaneously the celebration and the silent space in which it occurred. "Watch carefully," he whispered, while joining a wild ceremonial dance, his eyes remaining as still as mountain lakes. Life isn't about choosing between participation and observation. It's about being both the wave and the ocean, witnessing its own movement. Practice. The engaged witness method. Choose any activity and practice being both doer and observer simultaneously. Notice how your awareness can remain spacious and unchanged even while your body and mind engage fully in action. Allow yourself to experience how this dual perspective brings both greater enjoyment and deeper wisdom. Remember that true mastery comes not from escaping experience or being consumed by it, but from maintaining conscious witness while fully living. Remember, the highest realization comes through neither attachment nor aversion to life's play. For in the great dance of existence, every soul must learn not just to move or watch, but to be both performer and audience in the eternal theater of now. Through Preston's subtle art, those who mastered engaged witnessing discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in either embracing or rejecting the world, but in the exquisite balance of being fully present while remaining forever free. Chapter 69. The Love Alchemist's Gold. In the secluded mountain valleys of ancient Kashmir, where emotion flowed as tangibly as water, lived an extraordinary feeling sage named Tara Williams. Unlike traditional alchemists who transformed base metals, Tara had mastered the sacred art of transmuting raw emotions into pure, unified love. Her workspace was a crystalline grotto where countless copper bowls caught drops of water falling in intricate patterns. Those who brought their turbulent feelings to her found them transformed not through suppression or release, but through an ancient science of emotional alchemy. Most seekers try to banish their difficult emotions, she would say, while stirring shimmering pools that somehow reflected visitors' inner states, never realizing that every feeling contains golden love waiting to be extracted. Her remarkable gift was showing others how anger, fear, and grief were simply love wearing different masks. Tara's most powerful method involved what she called heart distillation, guiding students to place their raw emotions into the sacred bowls, where the cave's resonant frequencies would gradually reveal the pure love essence hidden within each feeling. Her apprentices watched in wonder as their darkest emotions transformed into radiant golden light. One monsoon evening, when rain drummed complex rhythms on the crystal roof, Tara revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around a central pool that seemed to pulse with its own luminescence. "Watch carefully," she whispered, dropping a tear of grief into the water. Instead of ripples, it created expanding circles of golden light. Every emotion is love in disguise, seeking to return to its original nature. Those who master this truth can transform any feeling into its highest expression. Practice. The emotional alchemy method. Find a quiet space and bring awareness to any strong emotion present within you. Rather than trying to change it, imagine it as a dense substance containing hidden gold. Allow your attention to rest gently upon the feeling until you begin sensing the love concealed within its core. Let yourself experience how every emotional state, even the most challenging, contains seeds of pure love waiting to be recognized. Remember that transformation comes not through rejection or indulgence, but through the patient art of emotional distillation. Remember, the highest alchemy comes not from escaping our feelings, but through discovering their hidden essence. For in the great laboratory of existence, every soul must learn not just to endure emotions, but to reveal the golden love shining at their heart. Through Tara's subtle art, those who mastered emotional alchemy discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in transcending feelings, but in revealing how every emotional wave arose from and returned to love's limitless ocean. Chapter 70. The Truth Speaker's Honesty. In the mist-shrouded mountains of ancient Bhutan, where words held the power to both wound and heal, lived an unusual truth-teller named Derek Foster. Unlike traditional sages who cloaked wisdom in riddles, Derek had mastered the rare art of speaking truth with such precise gentleness that it could pierce illusion without drawing blood. His teaching space was a simple bamboo platform suspended between two ancient cedars, where the altitude made every breath precious and every word count. Those seeking his guidance discovered that his most devastating insights were delivered with such compassion that even the hardest truths felt like caresses. Most seekers armor themselves with spiritual concepts, he would say, while carefully choosing river-smooth stones to stack in delicate balance, never realizing that real transformation requires the courage to remain naked before truth. His remarkable gift was helping others shed their protective layers while keeping them safe enough to survive their own vulnerability. Derek's most powerful practice involved what he called tender precision, speaking exactly what needed to be heard while maintaining such profound, loving presence that the listener's defenses naturally dissolved. His students were amazed to find themselves willingly facing truths they had spent lifetimes avoiding. One misty dawn, as prayer flags whispered ancient mantras to the wind, Derek revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered his students and demonstrated how truth, like a master surgeon's blade, must be sharp enough to cut cleanly, but wielded with such skill that healing begins before pain is even felt. "Watch carefully," he whispered, addressing each student's core delusion with such exquisite care that realizations dawned like gentle sunrises rather than lightning strikes. Practice, the courageous vulnerability method. Find a quiet space and bring to mind a truth you've been avoiding. Rather than forcing confrontation, approach it with gentle curiosity. Notice how resistance melts when truth is met with tender acceptance rather than harsh judgment. Allow yourself to experience how authentic vulnerability creates a safety more profound than any defensive armor. Remember that transformation comes not through force, but through the brave surrender to what is real. Remember, the highest truth speaks through hearts that have learned to stay open in the face of both beauty and pain. For in the great revelation of existence, every soul must learn not just to speak truth, but to embody it with such gentle precision that others find the courage to awaken. Through Derek's subtle art, those who mastered courageous vulnerability discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in accumulating spiritual knowledge, but in daring to remain perfectly honest and undefended before the piercing light of truth. Part 8. The Thresholds of Transformation. Chapter 71. The Present Moment's Eternity. In the ancient desert monasteries of Egypt, where time flowed like sand through infinite hourglasses, lived an unusual temporal mystic named Erica Chang. Unlike traditional timekeepers who measured hours and days, Erica had discovered how to access all of eternity through perfect presence in a single moment. Her meditation chamber was unique, a circular room where countless hourglasses of different sizes lined the walls, each flowing at its own peculiar rhythm. Yet Erica sat in the center, somehow existing in all their times simultaneously, while remaining anchored in the eternal now. Most seekers chase time like children pursuing their own shadows, she would say, while inverting an hourglass that seemed to flow both up and down at once, never realizing that every moment contains the whole of existence within its infinite depths. Her remarkable gift was showing others how to stop swimming in time's river and become the riverbed instead. Erica's most fascinating practice involved what she called temporal deepening, teaching students to explore a single instant as if it were an endless cave system, each breath revealing new chambers of now. Her apprentices were astounded to discover that one moment of true presence contained more richness than years of ordinary living. One timeless afternoon, as sun and shadow played eternal games across the monastery walls, Erica revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around a single grain of sand and demonstrated how it contained universes when viewed through the lens of absolute presence. "Watch carefully," she whispered, somehow speaking both instantaneously and eternally. "Time isn't a line from past to future. It's an infinite depth accessible only through complete surrender to now." Practice. The Eternal Moment Method. Choose any ordinary moment and explore it as if it were an infinite space. Rather than moving through time, allow time to deepen within you. Notice how each breath opens new dimensions of the present moment. Let yourself experience how now isn't a fleeting instant, but an eternal depth that contains all possibilities. Remember that true presence comes not from managing time, but from falling so completely into the moment that time reveals its infinite nature. Remember, the highest realization comes not from traveling through time, but from allowing time to unfold within the eternal present. For in the great mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to live in time, but to become the timeless awareness in which all moments dance. Through Erica's subtle art, those who mastered temporal presence discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in the past or future, but in the infinite depths of an eternal now that had always been waiting to be discovered. Chapter 72. The Surrender Warrior's Victory. In the misty bamboo forests of ancient Wu-Tang, where martial artists sought the ultimate fighting techniques, lived an unusual warrior named Logan Rodriguez. Unlike traditional fighters who mastered forms of attack, Logan had discovered an extraordinary method, the art of absolute yielding. His training ground was a peculiar courtyard where streams of water flowed in intricate patterns between smooth stones. Those who came seeking combat wisdom found him practicing what appeared to be defeat. Yet somehow, his seeming submission always resulted in victory. Most warriors try to become stronger than their opponents, he would say while demonstrating how a reed bends under snow only to spring back unharmed, never realizing that true power lies in becoming more yielding than water. His remarkable gift was showing how surrender, when perfected, became an invincible force. Logan's most profound technique involved what he called the empty vessel, becoming so completely non-resistant that any force used against him naturally returned to its source. His students watched in amazement as the most powerful attacks seemed to pass through him like wind through leaves, leaving him untouched, while his attackers found themselves mysteriously defeated. One autumn evening, as crimson leaves danced on temple winds, Logan revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a pool where moon reflections shimmered. "Watch carefully," he whispered, disturbing the water with his hand. The ripples met resistance at the pool's edge and returned to their source, while in deeper water they simply dissolved. Victory comes not from opposing force, but from offering it no place to land. Practice. The power of yielding method. Find a quiet space and imagine yourself as a still pool of water. When thoughts or emotions arise, rather than resisting them, practice becoming so still and yielding that they find no purchase within you. Notice how disturbances naturally dissolve when met with perfect acceptance. Let yourself experience how true power comes not from opposing life's challenges, but from learning to yield so completely that nothing can disturb your essential nature. Remember that mastery comes through surrender rather than struggle. Remember, the highest victory comes not from defeating others, but from transcending the very notion of opposition. For in the great battle of existence, every soul must learn not just to fight, but to become so yielding that conflict finds no home within them. Through Logan's subtle art, those who mastered the way of surrender discovered that true invincibility wasn't found in becoming stronger than one's opponents, but in learning to yield so perfectly that opposition itself became impossible. Chapter 73. The Grace Receiver's Gift. In the emerald valleys of ancient Kashmir, where the morning dew turned fields into mirrors of heaven, lived an unusual servant named Maya Thompson. Unlike traditional workers who took pride in earning their keep, Maya had mastered the more challenging art of receiving unearned blessings with grace. Her domain was the Temple of Infinite Gifts, where pilgrims came bearing offerings to the divine. Yet Maya's remarkable talent wasn't in giving, but in the far more difficult practice of receiving with complete openness. She understood a truth that escaped even the wisest masters, that the universe's greatest abundance flows not to those who deserve it, but to those brave enough to accept it without merit. Most seekers exhaust themselves trying to earn enlightenment, she would say, while accepting alms with such profound gratitude that donors felt blessed by her receiving, never realizing that grace by definition cannot be deserved. Her special gift was showing others how acceptance of unearned blessings required greater courage than earning rewards through effort. Maya's most powerful teaching involved what she called the empty bowl practice, holding one's heart so completely open that the universe could pour its abundance without encountering the resistance of worthiness calculations. Her fellow servants watched in wonder as she accepted even the grandest gifts with the same humble grace she showed toward the simplest kindness. One misty dawn, as temple bells awakened the valley, Maya revealed her deepest wisdom. She gathered students around a lotus pool where flowers bloomed without labor. "Watch carefully," she whispered, cupping water in her palms. "Notice how the lotus receives sun and rain without trying to prove it deserves them. True grace enters only through perfect acceptance." Practice. The courageous receiving method. Find a quiet moment and imagine yourself as an empty vessel. Rather than striving to earn blessings, practice becoming receptive to unmerited gifts. Notice how resistance arises from believing you must deserve what you receive. Allow yourself to experience how authentic receiving creates a flow more profound than any earned reward. Remember that grace enters not through merit, but through the brave surrender of all worthiness calculations. Remember, the highest form of humility isn't in believing you deserve nothing, but in accepting everything as a gift beyond deserving. For in the great economy of existence, every soul must learn not just to earn and give, but to receive with the innocent grace of a flower turning toward the sun. Through Maya's subtle art, those who mastered courageous receiving discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in accumulating spiritual merit, but in daring to accept divine grace that could never be earned and needed no justification. Chapter 74. The Mystery, Knower's Unknowing. In the labyrinthine caves beneath the ancient temples of Cappadocia, where wisdom echoed in shapes of shadow and stone, lived an unusual keeper of mysteries named Cooper Santos. Unlike traditional sages who collected answers, Cooper had mastered the far more subtle art of cherishing questions. His sanctuary was a peculiar chamber, where the walls were carved not with solutions, but with endless inquiries, each question mark more intricate than the last. Those seeking absolute truth found him contemplating paradoxes with such deep appreciation that the questions themselves began to glow with their own illumination. Most seekers suffocate wisdom by trying to capture it in the cage of certainty, he would say while tracing spiraling question marks in the cave dust, never realizing that truth breathes only in the fresh air of uncertainty. His remarkable gift was showing how embracing unknowing could reveal deeper understanding than any answer. Cooper's most profound practice involved what he called question cultivation, nurturing paradoxes until they blossomed into revelations that transcended both question and answer. His students were amazed to discover that their most cherished beliefs, when properly questioned, opened into vast gardens of possibility they had never imagined. One starlit evening, as cave winds whispered ancient riddles, Cooper revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a pool so dark it mirrored nothing, yet somehow reflected everything. "Watch carefully," he whispered, dropping a single stone into the mysterious waters. Notice how the ripples ask better questions than any answer could contain. Practice the sacred uncertainty method. Find a quiet space and allow yourself to release the need for absolute answers. Rather than seeking conclusions, practice discovering questions that open into ever deeper inquiry. Notice how certainty closes doors while wonder opens windows. Let yourself experience how true wisdom comes not from accumulating answers, but from learning to dance with uncertainty. Remember that mystery is not a puzzle to be solved, but a reality to be embraced. Remember, the highest understanding comes not from knowing, but from maintaining beginner's mind even at the peak of expertise. For in the great mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to find answers, but to fall in love with questions that have no end. Through Cooper's subtle art, those who mastered the way of unknowing discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in resolving all mysteries, but in learning to breathe comfortably in the vast space where questions bloom eternally into deeper questions. Chapter 75. The Compassion Warrior's Heart. In the towering peaks of ancient Tibet, where prayer flags danced with mountain winds and monasteries touched clouds, lived an unusual warrior priestess named Lia Chang. Unlike traditional fighters who wielded weapons of steel, Lia had mastered a more potent force, the blade of infinite tenderness. Her training ground was a unique sanctuary where wounded creatures sought refuge. Those expecting to find martial arts discovered her practicing what she called fierce compassion, a power so gentle it could pierce the hardest hearts, yet so strong it could move mountains. Most believe tenderness is weakness, she would say while cradling an injured snow leopard others feared to touch, never realizing that true power flows from the courage to remain soft in a world grown hard. Her remarkable gift was demonstrating how empathy, when perfectly honed, became an unstoppable force for transformation. Lia's most profound technique involved what she called the heart mirror, reflecting others' pain with such pure understanding that their suffering transformed into healing light. Her students watched in wonder as she approached even the most aggressive beings with such disarming openness that rage melted into tears of release. One winter dawn, as sacred chants echoed through crystalline air, Lia revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around a frozen waterfall that somehow flowed beneath its icy shell. "Watch carefully," she whispered, placing her warm hand against the cold surface. "Notice how gentle heat transforms rigid ice more effectively than forceful breaking." Practice the fierce compassion method. Find a quiet space and imagine your heart as a boundless mirror of understanding. When encountering difficulty, rather than armoring yourself, practice reflecting it with such pure empathy that hardness naturally dissolves. Allow yourself to experience how true strength comes not from building walls, but from maintaining tenderness in the face of harshness. Remember that transformation occurs through the courage to remain open-hearted when others close. Remember, the highest power comes not from conquering others, but from developing such profound compassion that opposition dissolves into unity. For in the great dance of existence, every soul must learn not just to fight, but to transform through the unstoppable force of unconditional love. Through Lia's subtle art, those who mastered the way of fierce compassion discovered that true victory wasn't found in defeating adversaries, but in developing such tender strength that enemies became unnecessary. Chapter 76. The Freedom Finder's Prison. In the underground labyrinths of ancient Alexandria, where stone corridors twisted like frozen thoughts, lived an unusual locksmith named Nolan Williams. Unlike traditional keymakers who freed people from physical constraints, Nolan had mastered the paradoxical art of finding liberation within limitations. His workshop was the deepest chamber of the maze, where aspirants seeking freedom were surprised to find him voluntarily working in an impossibly tiny space. Those expecting tools for escape discovered him practicing what he called the expansion of constraint, using boundaries themselves as doorways to boundlessness. Most seekers waste their lives trying to break free of limitations, he would say, while crafting intricate locks that opened inward, never realizing that true freedom comes from finding infinity within finite space. His remarkable gift was showing how every prison contained the seeds of its own transcendence. Nolan's most profound technique involved what he called the boundary dissolution practice, transforming walls into windows by changing not the barrier, but the relationship to it. His apprentices watched in wonder as he turned the most restrictive circumstances into opportunities for unlimited inner expansion. One torch-lit evening, as shadows danced on ancient walls, Nolan revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students in a chamber so small it barely held them. "Watch carefully," he whispered, pressing his palm against the stone. "Notice how the wall itself teaches us. The harder you push against limitation, the more it resists. But embrace it fully." As he spoke these words, the tiny space seemed to expand infinitely, though its physical dimensions remained unchanged. His students gasped as they felt boundless freedom within absolute constraint. Practice the prison liberation method. Find yourself in a confined space, physical, emotional, or circumstantial. Rather than struggling against its boundaries, practice discovering vastness within its very limitations. Notice how resistance creates prison, while acceptance reveals hidden doorways. Allow yourself to experience how true freedom comes not from escaping constraints, but from finding infinite possibility within them. Remember that every limitation contains a secret gift of liberation for those wise enough to embrace rather than fight it. Remember, the highest freedom comes not from avoiding prison, but from discovering that every cell contains an entire universe. For in the great mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to escape boundaries, but to find boundlessness within them. Through Nolan's subtle art, those who mastered the way of enlightened constraint discovered that true liberation wasn't found in breaking free of limitations, but in realizing that freedom had been present within every prison all along. Chapter 77. The Wisdom Fool's Knowing. In the bustling marketplace of ancient Damascus, where merchants hawked profound philosophies alongside common dates, lived an unusual figure known as Emma Rodriguez. Unlike the learned scholars who debated complex theories in marble halls, Emma sat in the dust making shapes with pebbles and speaking truths so simple they made wise men weep. The locals called her the Holy Fool, for while great teachers strained to express wisdom through elaborate metaphors, Emma would point to a child's game or a donkey's grunt and reveal the secrets of existence with disarming directness. Those seeking enlightenment through study were bewildered to find her teaching profound lessons by playing hopscotch with street urchins. The sages climb mountains searching for what sits in plain sight, she would say while drawing circles in the sand, never realizing that truth wears common clothes and speaks in simple words. Her remarkable gift was stripping away layers of sophisticated thinking until only pure understanding remained. Emma's most profound teaching method involved what she called foolish questioning, asking such innocent queries that complex philosophical structures crumbled under their own weight. Learned scholars would approach with theoretical problems, only to find their carefully constructed arguments dissolving into laughter as Emma responded with the obvious wisdom of a child. One market morning, as philosophers gathered to debate the nature of reality, Emma revealed her deepest teaching. She picked up an overripe fig that had fallen in the dust. "Watch carefully," she whispered, taking an exaggerated bite and letting the juice run down her chin. "Notice how thinking about sweetness isn't nearly as wise as tasting it." Practice, the holy fool's method. Find a quiet space and allow yourself to release all sophisticated knowledge. Rather than analyzing experience through complex frameworks, practice encountering life with the direct simplicity of a child. Let yourself discover how true wisdom comes not from accumulating concepts, but from seeing with innocent eyes. Remember that understanding often hides in plain sight, waiting for minds simple enough to recognize it. Remember, the highest knowing comes not from sophisticated thought, but from the courage to remain foolishly direct when others complicate truth. For in the great game of existence, every soul must learn not just to think deeply, but to see clearly through the eyes of sacred simplicity. Through Emma's artless art, those who mastered the way of holy foolishness discovered that enlightenment wasn't found in complex philosophies, but in the courage to embrace obvious truths that scholars had learned to overlook. Chapter 78. The Joy-Maker's Celebration. In the underground catacombs of ancient Alexandria, where most came to mourn their dead, lived an unusual celebrant named Blake Foster. Unlike the professional grievers who wailed in the streets above, Blake had mastered the mystical art of finding delight in life's darkest corners. His sanctuary was a curious chamber where hundreds of oil lamps cast dancing shadows on walls, covered in symbols of celebration from every culture. Those expecting to find somber rituals discovered him practicing what he called impossible gratitude, the ability to uncover beauty and blessing in circumstances others found unbearable. Most seek joy only in obvious pleasures, he would say while painting festive patterns with water on sun-heated stones, watching them evaporate into steam, never realizing that true celebration comes from finding light in the depths of shadow. His remarkable gift was transforming moments of apparent despair into opportunities for genuine appreciation. Blake's most profound technique involved what he called the alchemy of appreciation, transmuting life's lead into gold not through complex formulas, but through the simple magic of grateful attention. His apprentices watched in wonder as he approached even the most dire situations with such genuine delight that misfortune itself seemed to blush and transform. One torch-lit evening, as funeral processions moved slowly above, Blake revealed his deepest teaching. He gathered students around a small pool of stagnant water that reflected their lamplight. "Watch carefully," he whispered, dropping a single tear of gratitude into the dark liquid. "Notice how one drop of true appreciation ripples outward, touching everything it meets." Practice the impossible gratitude method. Find yourself in circumstances that seem to offer no cause for celebration. Rather than seeking escape, practice discovering hidden gifts within the very situation you wish to avoid. Notice how conscious appreciation begins to transform the experience itself. Allow yourself to experience how true joy comes not from favorable conditions, but from developing the capacity to celebrate life in all its forms. Remember that every moment contains secret blessings waiting to be recognized by hearts brave enough to give thanks. Remember, the highest celebration comes not from external abundance, but from cultivating such profound gratitude that even emptiness becomes a feast. For in the great mystery of existence, every soul must learn not just to seek joy, but to create it through the sacred alchemy of appreciation. Through Blake's subtle art, those who mastered the way of impossible gratitude discovered that true celebration wasn't found in favorable circumstances, but in developing such profound appreciation that every moment became an occasion for joy. Chapter 79. The Peace Warrior's Conflict. In the misty valleys of ancient Tibet, where warring clans had battled for centuries, lived an unusual mediator named Alexis Chong. Unlike traditional peacekeepers who sought to eliminate conflict, Alexis had mastered the paradoxical art of using discord as a catalyst for profound harmony. Her meditation hall was built precisely where three feuding territories met, the walls themselves incorporating stones from each rival clan. Those expecting to find techniques for avoiding confrontation discovered her practicing what she called the dance of opposing forces, a method of embracing tension until it transformed into understanding. Most seek peace by trying to eliminate difference, she would say, while arranging feuding elders so their shadows merged into unexpected patterns on the temple floor, never realizing that true harmony comes from the creative friction between opposites. Her remarkable gift was showing how conflict itself could become a bridge to deeper unity. Alexis's most profound technique involved what she called the alchemy of disagreement, transmuting the energy of opposition into fuel for transformation. Rather than asking adversaries to abandon their positions, she taught them to press more deeply into their differences until they discovered unexpected common ground. One fog-shrouded morning, as rival groups gathered with hands on weapons, Alexis revealed her deepest teaching. She took two grinding stones that had been used to crush grain into flour. "Watch carefully," she whispered, placing rough surfaces against each other. "Notice how these stones oppose each other completely, yet their very friction creates nourishment. So it is with all conflict. Properly held, opposition becomes creation." Practice the creative tension method. Find yourself in a situation of conflict or disagreement. Rather than seeking to eliminate the tension, practice discovering its creative potential. Notice how opposition, when consciously embraced, can reveal deeper truths than agreement. Allow yourself to experience how true peace comes not from avoiding conflict, but from learning to dance with it skillfully. Remember that every disagreement contains the seeds of greater understanding for those wise enough to tend them properly. Remember, the highest harmony comes not from eliminating tension, but from transforming it into music. For in the great symphony of existence, every soul must learn not just to seek peace, but to find it within the very heart of conflict. Through Alexis's subtle art, Those who mastered the way of creative tension discovered that true peace wasn't found in the absence of conflict, but in the wisdom to transform opposition into opportunity for deeper understanding. Chapter 80. The Light Bearer's Darkness. In the phosphorescent caves beneath ancient Cappadocia, where glowing fungi lit winding tunnels in eternal twilight, lived an unusual illuminator named Tristan Thompson. Unlike the torchbearers who fought against shadows, Tristan had mastered the art of carrying light through darkness without dispelling it. His workshop was a curious chamber where bioluminescent mushrooms grew alongside oil lamps and crystalline formations, creating an ever-shifting interplay of light and shadow. Those expecting to find brilliant illumination discovered him practicing what he called adaptive radiance, the ability to adjust his light's intensity to preserve the delicate balance of each environment he entered. Most light-bearers seek to banish all darkness, he would say, while carefully cultivating fungi that glowed with subtle blue-green light. Never realizing that true illumination comes from learning to shine appropriately for each space. His remarkable gift was maintaining his essence while modulating its expression to serve different contexts. Tristan's most profound technique involved what he called the wisdom of partial light, knowing precisely how much illumination each situation required. His apprentices watched in wonder as he moved through the caves, sometimes carrying barely a glimmer, other times radiating like a midnight sun, always preserving the unique character of each chamber he entered. One starless evening, as students gathered with their two bright torches, Tristan revealed his deepest teaching. He led them to a cavern where rare cave flowers bloomed in near darkness. "Watch carefully," he whispered, gradually increasing his lamp's glow until it reached the exact threshold where the blossoms were visible but not overwhelmed. "Notice how true mastery lies not in shining as brightly as possible, but in providing exactly the light each moment needs." Practice. The adaptive radiance method. Find yourself in varying environments that challenge your natural way of being. Rather than maintaining a fixed approach, practice modulating your energy and presence to serve each context while remaining true to your essence. Allow yourself to discover how authentic expression comes not from unchanging consistency, but from skillful adaptation. Remember that every situation calls for a different quality of light from those wise enough to read its needs. Remember, the highest illumination comes not from constant brightness, but from learning to shine appropriately in each setting. For in the great cavern of existence, every soul must learn not just to bear light, but to carry it with such wisdom that both radiance and shadow can dance together in perfect harmony. Through Tristan's subtle art, those who mastered the way of adaptive radiance discovered that true light-bearing wasn't found in dispelling all darkness, but in learning to illuminate each space according to its own nature, while maintaining the pure essence of their inner flame. Part 9. The Eternal Return. Chapter 81. The Death Walker's Life. In the sacred necropolis of ancient Memphis, where most feared to tread among the elaborate tombs, lived an unusual priestess named Sabrina Santos. Unlike the embalmers who preserved only bodies, Sabrina had mastered the mystical art of guiding souls through the delicate threshold between endings and beginnings. Her sanctuary was a curious chamber where white lotus flowers bloomed impossibly in the depths of the tomb complex. Those expecting to find morbid rituals discovered her practicing what she called conscious completion, the art of fully releasing what was while remaining exquisitely present to what was emerging. Most see death as only loss, she would say, while arranging lotus petals in intricate mandalas that dissolved as quickly as she created them, never realizing that every ending contains the seed of its own rebirth. Her remarkable gift was helping others discover how letting go could become a sacred act of creation. Sabrina's most profound technique involved what she called the alchemy of completion, transforming the energy of endings into fuel for new beginnings. Her initiates watched in wonder as she approached each death, whether of dreams, identities, or physical forms, with such profound presence that transition itself became a form of grace. One twilight evening, as mourners grieved above, Sabrina revealed her deepest teaching. She gathered students around a chrysalis hanging from a lotus stem. "Watch carefully," she whispered, as the butterfly emerged by dissolving its former self. Notice how nature teaches us that transformation requires a willingness to completely release what we have been. Practice the conscious completion method. Find yourself at an ending, whether small or significant. Rather than resisting or rushing through, practice bringing full presence to the completion process. Notice how conscious letting go creates space for what wants to emerge next. Allow yourself to experience how true transformation comes, not from clinging to the old or grasping for the new, but from learning to rest in the sacred space between. Remember that every ending holds the promise of beginning for those wise enough to die consciously to what no longer serves. Remember, the highest rebirth comes not from avoiding death, but from learning to move through endings with such grace that they become gateways to renewal. For in the great cycle of existence, every soul must learn not just to survive changes, but to use them as portals of transformation. Through Sabrina's subtle art, those who mastered the way of conscious completion discovered that true living wasn't found in avoiding endings, but in learning to die skillfully to each moment, while remaining radically alive to what was being born. Chapter 82. The Birthkeeper's Creation. In the hidden valley of ancient Delphi, where sacred springs bubbled with mystical vapors, lived an unusual midwife named Phoenix Rodriguez. Unlike traditional birth attendants who only assisted physical births, Phoenix had mastered the art of midwifing new realities into existence through what she called conscious creation. Her birthing sanctuary was carved into living crystal, where the cave walls themselves seemed to pulse with possibility. Those seeking conventional midwifery found her instead tending to what she called reality seeds, the subtle embryonic forms of manifestation that existed before physical expression. Most see birth as a single moment, she would say while placing her hands on the crystalline walls to feel the trembling of emerging potentials, never realizing that all of existence is in constant labor, forever bringing forth new forms. Her remarkable gift was helping others recognize and nurture the nascent realities gestating within their consciousness. Phoenix's most profound technique involved what she called the spiral of becoming, a process of gently supporting emergence without forcing it. Her apprentices marveled as she would sit with those in creative labor, somehow knowing exactly when to encourage pushing and when to counsel patience, as new possibilities crowned into manifestation. One misty dawn, as the oracle vapors swirled particularly thick, Phoenix revealed her deepest teaching. She guided her students to a chamber where crystal formations were actively growing. "Watch carefully," she whispered, as a new crystal point emerged from the living rock. "Notice how creation requires both active force and yielding softness. The new reality must be strong enough to emerge, yet gentle enough not to shatter its own vessel." Practice. The conscious creation method. Find a new possibility gestating within your consciousness. Rather than forcing its emergence, practice providing the optimal conditions for its natural birth. Notice how reality creation requires both nurturing presence and proper timing. Allow yourself to experience how true manifestation comes not from striving or control, but from learning to midwife possibility into form. Remember that every new reality needs precisely the right balance of support and space to emerge whole. Remember, the highest creation comes not from forcing birth, but from learning to assist emergence with such wisdom that new realities naturally flourish. For in the great womb of existence, every soul must learn not just to manifest, but to birth fresh possibilities with the skilled touch of a master midwife. Through Phoenix's subtle art, those who mastered the way of conscious creation discovered that true power wasn't found in making things happen, but in learning to serve as skilled attendants to the endless birth of new realities. Chapter 83. The Eternal Student's Mastery. In the forgotten libraries of ancient Alexandria, where scholars came to claim wisdom but often found only knowledge, lived an unusual learner named Sage Williams. Unlike the masters who proclaimed their expertise, Sage had discovered an extraordinary paradox. The deeper her mastery grew, the more she cultivated the mind of a beginner. Her study chamber was unlike any other, filled not with finished scrolls, but with half-written questions and incomplete diagrams. Those seeking definitive answers found her instead practicing what she called perpetual wondering, the art of maintaining childlike curiosity even in areas of profound understanding. "Most seek to arrive at mastery," she would say while drawing question marks in the dust of ancient texts, never realizing that true expertise lies in refusing to arrive at all. Her remarkable gift was growing ever more fascinated by subjects the more deeply she understood them. Sage's most profound technique involved what she called the spiral of unknowing. With each revolution of learning, she would intentionally empty her cup anew. Her fellow scholars watched in amazement as she would approach familiar topics with such fresh eyes that she discovered insights that had eluded even the most learned masters. One starlit evening, as students proudly displayed their accumulated knowledge, Sage revealed her deepest teaching. She brought forth a simple clay cup that she had studied for 30 years. "Watch carefully," she whispered, turning it slowly in the lamplight. "Notice how even this basic vessel contains infinite mysteries when viewed with endless wonder. Just when you think you've learned all there is to know about the cup, try looking at it as if you've never seen one before." Practice. The perpetual wonder method. Find something you consider yourself to have mastered. Rather than resting in that mastery, practice approaching it with a deliberate beginner's mind. Notice how expertise deepens, not through accumulation, but through maintaining pristine curiosity. Allow yourself to discover how true mastery comes not from reaching conclusions, but from learning to rest in ever-fresh questioning. Remember that every subject contains unlimited depth for those wise enough to remain eternal students. Remember, the highest understanding comes not from gathering answers, but from cultivating an endless capacity for wonder. For in the great university of existence, every soul must learn not just to know, but to remain forever in love with learning itself. Through sages' subtle art, those who mastered the way of perpetual wonder discovered that true wisdom wasn't found in arriving at knowledge, but in learning to dance eternally between knowing and not knowing with the delighted eyes of an eternal beginner. Chapter 84. The Homecoming Guide's Return. In the bustling port city of ancient Phoenicia, where traders from distant lands sought exotic wares, lived an unusual ferryman named River Chang. Unlike other guides who merely transported travelers across waters, River had mastered the art of helping awakened souls bridge the gap between profound realization and practical living. His simple reed boat bore curious markings, spirals that seemed to simultaneously point inward and outward. Those expecting standard passage found him instead practicing what he called grounded transcendence, the delicate art of keeping one foot in the heavens, while the other remained firmly planted on earth. Most seek to escape the marketplace for the monastery, he would say, while skillfully steering between merchant vessels, never realizing that true enlightenment means bringing the monastery to the marketplace. His remarkable gift was helping others discover how everyday acts could become vehicles for profound service. River's most profound technique involved what he called the sacred ordinary, transforming mundane moments into opportunities for awakened action. His passengers marveled as he would navigate treacherous harbor waters while simultaneously teaching them to find divine presence in the splash of each oar stroke. One misty dawn, as merchants argued over prices nearby, River revealed his deepest teaching. He guided his boat into a perfect figure-8 pattern, weaving between commercial vessels without creating a single disruptive wave. "Watch carefully," he whispered, each movement both practical and graceful. "Notice how mastery isn't found in transcending the world, but in bringing heaven's grace into every earthly gesture." Practice. The engaged enlightenment method. Find yourself in the midst of ordinary activity. Rather than seeking escape, practice discovering the sacred within the seemingly mundane. Notice how each simple act can become a vehicle for sharing awakened presence. Allow yourself to experience how true integration comes not from choosing between spiritual and practical realms, but from learning to bridge them with every breath. Remember that each moment contains the potential for both service and realization when approached with skillful awareness. Remember, the highest awakening comes not from retreating from life, but from learning to embody realization within the marketplace of existence. For in the great journey home, every soul must learn not just to touch the infinite, but to weave it seamlessly into the finite tapestry of daily life. Through River's subtle art, those who mastered the way of engaged enlightenment discovered that true spirituality wasn't found in transcending the world, but in learning to bring heaven's light into every corner of Earth's sacred bazaar. If you enjoyed this audiobook, I created a free ebook version for you. You can download it using the link in the pinned comment. Conclusion. Night grows quiet, and the lamps within these pages dim. Yet the road does not end here. What has been spoken in the voices of merchants and weavers, potters and stargazers, blacksmiths and gardeners, now turns gently toward your own breath. If you listen, you will hear it, the soft ring of the merchant's scale within your chest, asking what you will set in motion. The loom hums in your fingertips, waiting for threads of attention to become a pattern. The wheel turns, always turning, inviting your touch to guide without force. Constellations flicker behind your eyes, a sky within that steadies the path beneath your feet. Remember the fire that does not burn you when you breathe with it. Remember the garden that drinks starlight when the world feels barren. Remember how a message can travel in silence, and how the sweetest music is born between notes. Build your days upon foundations you cannot see, and they will stand when winds grow wild. Carry the perfumer's lens for essence, the dancer's surrender to gravity and grace, the scribe's ink of clear seeing. Cast the fisherman's patient net into still waters. Turn the jeweler's stone until hidden light appears. Call like the shepherd from your quiet center. Touch your own heart as a healer and ask the scholar's question that opens rather than closes. Wait with the gardener until time itself blooms. Sail by the compass you keep beneath your ribs. Let a speck of living yeast lift the whole of your life. Feed the candle with attention until it feeds on the storm. Speak the story that plants tomorrow. If any teaching here seems small, treat it as seed. If any practice feels simple, treat it as a door. Walk through it again and again until the world on the other side becomes your ordinary home. Now close the book, but not the temple. Step back into your days with the quiet courage of one who has touched the deep stream. May your giving flow, your seeing ripen, your practice keep the inner flame. And when the road grows dim, let silence guide you to the next true word.
If you enjoyed this exclusive audiobook, I handpicked this next book which will change your life.